Seahawks fans, wherever you may be. Thanks for listening to the show. Join your hosts, Bill Alvstad and Keith Myers, as we talk Seahawks football. Hey, Seahawk fans. Welcome back to another episode of the Seahawks Playbook podcast. I'm your host, Bill Alvstad, sitting down with co-host, Mr. Keith Myers, here to talk Seahawks football, some of the show anyway, and some of it's just going to be fun. And for us, mostly, and for anyone else who's interested in taking a peek in at some of the questions and answers that we have, it's our 10th annual question and answer show with beer tasting. This year is the Imperial Stout variety of said beer, and it was chosen by Mr. Myers to completely kill me. And no, not that's not the only reason. That's just the side effect of his choice. It's actually his favorite, and deservedly so. He got a chance to pick that this year. I get next year though for sure, because we're gonna have a bounce back year where Bill actually has the chance to survive a 2.5, 3 hour show. So with that said, happy 10th anniversary. It's not technically our 10th anniversary. We're in our 10th year. That'll technically come next February, but it's our 10th annual Q&A show. Keith, welcome in, man.
Yeah. Looking forward to this since we did it last year. The beer style choice this year of Imperial Stouts. We both have two, and we both have one to get us started that's not quite in the Imperial realm, but not far away from it, is one that's going to challenge our livers. And we'll see how this goes. This may be the shortest one of these ever, because we're both just laying on the floor.
I don't think so. I think we'll make it. We just might be goofy at the end. So,
yeah.
If you want to see Bill and Keith kind of drunk and being sillier than this, stick around for hour or two or whatever, and we'll see where we're at in a couple hours.
So I want to start this off by pointing out to our listeners that Bill and I are not big drinkers in any way. I will have one every couple of weeks, maybe.
Nice.
Bill's kind of in the same realm. This is something we do once a year, and only once a year.
Pretty much.
And we're both also in our homes surrounded by
we're responsible
people who will make sure that we live through this. So please.
I.e. Bridget's got a snow shovel for me later. She can just scoop me up off the floor.
Yep.
Good pointing that out. I'm the same, Keith. I when it comes to beer, I'll probably have a beer every 2 weeks, maybe, or once every month at this point. Now, I used to have a little bit more beer when I was a little younger, and it just kind of fit in more to the general fun atmosphere of a younger lifestyle. And now I don't care. I've never been a big drinker, and I've gotten to the point where I just don't care anymore. I like the taste, but I don't need it to be, get all screwed up. I like my wine. I like red wine. I have a couple glasses a week of that. But as you said, not a huge drinker. And so this will be fun from that respect. A couple things I wanted to talk about really quick before we get into setting up the beer portion of the show is I wanted to just talk about the ownership situation that's kind of transpired this week. No choices have been made, no decisions, but it's been apparently narrowed down from a group of 4 potential buyers to a group of 2 potential buyers. And that's kind of where the conversation starts for me. Kind of this initial bid process came, Jody had put an initial request in for the 29th, I think, of June. Those bids were submitted, and consequently 2 of the 4 original folks have dropped out or been eliminated, and 2 remain. A group led by Wick Grousbeck from his Boston Celtics days, also um, paired with Aditya Mittal. And they've got one camp bidding for this team. The other one is a San Francisco 49er minority owner. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily mean his alliances are completely tied to that. He's just got some investment capital into that. Vinod Coleslaw is the other bid participant. The one thing I found interesting out of all of this was the first time I heard this officially, anyway, was that there is a former Seattle Seahawk player aligned with one of these groups. It is not known which side he is involved with from reporting, but a former Seattle Seahawk player that has enough money to potentially put into this bid with any sort of percentage portion of the bid. I find that pretty interesting. One name comes to mind for me, and that would be Russell Wilson. He
Mm-hmm.
expressed early on in his playing career that he would love to be an owner of a franchise, and he had mentioned owning the Seattle Seahawks before, and or any other potential franchise. Before we pushed record, you reminded me that he's a Seattle Sounders owner and has been for about a decade or a little bit more than that. And just thought I'd run that by you and see what your thoughts are about the ownership stuff. And I know, with Jody Allen selling the Portland Trailblazers this past year, they ended up being bought by a guy that owns an NHL franchise in North Carolina, the Hurricanes, and they're having some issues. The Portland Trailblazers, as far as his way of doing business, his style of business, his kind of frugalness, if you will, and wondering if that's part of the process, the vetting process that Jody Allen goes through with these owner groups. Like, what kind of owners are they going to be? Do they want or profess to pledge at least allegiance to the city to keep the franchise in the city and so forth? How do you think that goes?
Well, I think that if the bids are close, then yes, some of that will come into play. But if they're significantly different in price, I think just by the terms of the trust, she has to accept the bigger one regardless. Um, and so, but I know the Trailblazers weren't hers, right? I mean, she was running them and all of that, but that was Paul Allen's thing. The Seahawks were the ones that she went to him and was like, "Look, we should do this. You should do this. It's a civil obligation when you have the means in order to try and save the team and keep them in Seattle." That was her influence, her doing, and that's her um, attention, her loyalty was always more on the Seahawks than the Trailblazers. And so I think that with the Blazers, it was okay. Let's get this done. They said they're gonna keep the team in Portland, so we're good. And I think with the Seahawks, it's gonna be a longer vetting process in terms of who they are, how they're gonna do business. Are they gonna keep people in place? Um, you know, are they gonna honor and keep John Snyder there for forever? That kind of stuff. And um, I mean, honestly, this is a Super Bowl winning team. Anyone that's taking it over and then decides that they're going to change a bunch of things is stupid.
Right.
Um,
And
right?
Seattle's proven over and over again it's one of the best sports franchise cities in all of sports, not just
Yeah,
football.
yeah, and so, but people are stupid. I mean, that it's a possibility. So I think that we need to. I do think it will come into it. I while you were talking, I
Yes,
had
people are
another
stupid.
thought. I had another thought on terms of the ownership group and the player involved.
Mm,
One of you said the second ownership group is a minority owner of the 49ers currently, um, and a team that is a former Seahawk that has ties to that particular ownership group would be Richard Sherman. and he is also a guy that made enough money to be a part of an ownership group bid. So I wonder if that's another possibility.
Do you have a preference?
No. As far as the player, first of all, we're talking about really minority owners. We're talking like, less than
1%.
5%. Either
Yeah.
either way. Um uh they're both guys that are going to be loyal to the city, and they're going to do what's right for football reasons. And they're also going to be such minority owners that they aren't going to have a large voice in any decision that's made at all.
They'll be the public
Um,
face potentially.
but yeah, that's the part, is they might be a someone that you see
Kind of
interviewed a
like Tom
lot,
Brady.
and I'm okay with that. With either guy. I know that Russ isn't the most popular guy at the moment because of how things ended when he was in Seattle, and then he hasn't done particularly well since he left. But he's now retired, and he has. Um, when he was here, he was a very good like ambassador for the Seahawks, and I could see him doing that again and doing it very successfully. Um,
Yeah.
and I know Sherm wasn't always the most popular guy because he's got a particular style, and that always that rubs a few people the wrong way, and I don't care about that either. I think he is incredibly smart, and um,
How about a vote for Marshawn Lynch? That would be
oh
super fun.
god, um, Sean as an
Unpredictable
owner.
and yeah.
Which honestly, I read a thing recently where he said that he has lived off of his endorsement money since the day he left college and has not spent a dime of money that he's actually earned as a pro player.
Wow.
Which means
Which means that it's been invested and turned over countless times as far as
he
appreciation and
he might have the money
capital
to
gains.
be in part of it. Um, what I don't know is if he would have connections to either of these ownership groups. Because he's from Oakland, right? So
Yeah.
not going to have any
Maybe the Bay
association
Area
with either
dude,
of
but
them.
he's been around enough after
That's
football and
true.
during football that he's such a personality that
Oh my
he could
God,
have met anybody.
having him be the guy that
The new young
is
face of the NFL, Marshawn
of the
Lynch.
NFL ownership. I would love that. I would love that so much. Like that would be a freaking dream come true. Um, like every time I see
Yeah.
him when he's doing ads, even like the World Cup ads and stuff that he was doing, um, I just automatically smile. He's just the coolest dude I have ever seen. Um, and I would love having him in the ownership
That would
group.
be funny. Okay. So let's get this show started. Now, for everyone, we've got some questions that we've put together, both of us, some football related, some not football related. And in the past, these shows have gone at least 2 hours. I would imagine that's probably going to be the same here. We've kind of told ourselves we've got 3 beers to test. I've got a backup one just in case I decide to change my mind uh, before I get to the end about a particularly strong beer I have um, in my inventory. But with that said, I just kind of wanted to set that up as far as a time frame is concerned for people. Um, let's talk about your beer selection. Imperial Stouts. Why don't you kind of set this up? What is an Imperial Stout? What makes it so?
Okay.
And what's the big deal?
So there's two parts to that. The first part is stout, which means it's dark. It has um, right. So the colors in beers come from the malting process of the grain. The longer you roast it, the more of those malty, caramely coffee flavors come through, and the darker the beer gets. Stout's the dark end of the spectrum. It's as dark as it gets. So there's a lot of black malt in there with chocolate malt or caramel malt, and those are just referring to color. Um, and so it's there. Now, Imperial comes in usually anything above 8% is considered an imperial. That um, that's 8% of alcohol by volume. So that um, that it depends on who's bottling it, right? And so some people will be like, no, 8% stout, and 9.3 is our imperial, and um, others will be like, no, we're gonna push it and say 8.1 is imperial, and that's high enough. And I've got
I've got a
one.
couple that I know that are less than that. One's 5.5 to start me off with, one 7.5, and both labelers have indicated that it's imperial. One's an
Oh, see,
imperial
that's
extra stout. The other one is an imperial stout. That
okay.
on the label, on the description.
Neither of those, especially the 5% one, um, counts.
And then I have a
5.
9.4, and then I have a 12.0.
See, your 5% is a session beer, right? And for those of you that don't know, a session beer is one that's designed to be you can just keep
Consumed.
drinking it over like a whole
Yes,
afternoon, because
right.
it's light enough. Like, you get down into that range, you're into the session range. So to call that an
And
imperial
that's my
is an error.
range. That's my range. Like 5.2 to 5.6 is my range
No, and
on a
there's nothing wrong with
normal.
that. Like, there's
Yeah.
a lot of really good beers in that range,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
and
This is
whatever.
way out of my comfort zone. I will just let it be known that I am set up to fail,
Mhm.
and likely will. But
Um,
this will be super super fun. Now, hopefully you can forgive me technically for not adhering to the. I only had a certain amount of choices. I could have spent like $45 on one beer, and I just elected not to, because it was
oh,
12%.
absolutely, yeah.
I only had like 6 or 7 choices,
Do you know what
and
it
I chose
was?
the best ones that could. No, I don't. But it was in a tall bottle with like a almost a cork. It almost looked
Mhm.
like a 750 milliliter like wine bottle almost.
Yeah, so you're looking at with that, it's probably they'll call it an imperial stout, but it might be a barley wine, um,
Yeah.
which is
And that's why I
similar, but
didn't get it too, because I wasn't sure.
yeah, and then you start pushing into the 15% range with a barley wine.
Yeah, this one was
Some of the
19%.
Yeah, so you're that's yeah, you're definitely into the barley wine. Now
Okay.
okay, those are expensive. They can be really, really good, and they will knock you on your ass in a hurry. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad you didn't get that,
Yeah,
because I
because
would be
I could have sat here and had that one bottle. That would be like drinking a bottle of wine, and I would be just silly stupid after that.
yeah. And by the end of the year after that, you'd be on the floor, and I'd be talking to myself. So
So, did you realize that the imperial word in imperial stout comes from beers brewed in England during the 1700s for export,
Mhm.
specifically to the Russian imperial port or imperial court, particularly Empress Catherine the Great?
Yes,
She loved her dark beers, and that's where the Russian royal family became huge fans, and that's where it all
that's
started.
that's why she's great. No. Uh The
Okay,
it is true. In
so
fact, a lot of what you'll look at with these kind of beers is they'll be called Russian Imperials, not because they're made in Russia or they're from Russia, but because that's what their design was. One of the oldest um, bottling that's still current. You know what I mean? Like this, that started the longest ago that they still bottle is Old Rasputin, which was specifically brewed for shipment to Moscow.
interesting. Okay, let's get this started with our first pour. So I'll go first. Mine is Prairie Artisan Ales Brewery Midnight Temptation Imperial Stout. It's a 5.5 ABV. So don't know. It was on the label. I obviously screwed up, but I don't take full blame. It's got cocoa nibs, vanilla and chocolate milkshake flavor. Pours as black as midnight, according to the label. The
Cool.
taste, I picked this off of one of the review sites. The taste is coffee, dark chocolate, vanilla, roasted malt, quite bitter at times, but not without some mild sweetness and not without some alcohol presence. Full bodied. I would drink this again, said somebody.
Nice. That is a hell um, of a review. I drink it too, based on that.
Midnight
Which
midnight
brewery did you say that
temptation.
was?
This is Prairie Artisan Ales out of Oklahoma, McClayster, Oklahoma,
Hmm,
by
interesting.
the Krebs Brewing Company.
Oh, Krebs.
It
Okay.
says Prairie Artisan Ales Brewery,
No,
but
so what that
but
Krebs is one
Krebs.
of those that they're a they're a mid-level brewery that's purchased some of the um, littler breweries around them and then allowed them to continue brewing their own stuff. Um,
Oh,
so
okay.
um, my
Ooh, man,
first
it is
pour,
dark, dark,
my
dark.
first pour was one that I was hoping you'd be able to find just so we'd have a common one. And I know the
Yeah,
distribution's really wide. It's from Sun River Brewing. It's called Cocoa Cow. Um,
that
that is
is
dark. That is
that
a
is
good looking
dark.
beer.
Oh, there's
Um,
the Seahawk logo.
yep. And so Cocoa Cow is a um, chocolate milk stout. Um, no, it doesn't have chocolate milk in it. It has
And I
cocoa
did look for
nibs.
this. I did. I went to Total Wine here in Phoenix, and they've got the biggest selection of single cans that I can get,
Hmm.
and they didn't have it.
Yeah. Um, so um, yeah, so it's got cocoa nibs and lactose added to it, and lactose is a sugar. It's a very large sugar. It's a sugar that's so big that the yeast can't attack it, so it remains in um, the beer when it is um, done brewing, and so you end up with a sweeter beer. It counters some of the bitterness of the dark stout. It's good entry level beer for today because it kind of just wets the mouth and gets you going
Nice.
um,
Are you
and
poured?
the sweetness helps. Huh? What?
Are you got yours poured?
No.
Okay.
I'm I it didn't pour well because I'm trying to do everything one handed. But you can see that is
Cheers.
dark. That is very dark.
That
Cheers.
is very dark.
Um,
Oh, mine's very chocolatey. Interesting. I did bring my bowl of pretzel sticks to eat
oh, that was smart. I
in
probably should have done
between.
that. I
Okay.
ate right before we hit record to try and put something in my stomach before we started this. So
So let's try to go through these at least once every half hour.
okay,
So here we go. I have a question for you.
go for it.
It's a Seahawk question. Well, it's kind of a Seahawk equal. It's a football question. If you could steal one player from any NFL roster and put him on the Seahawks, who would it be?
Um, wow. Steal one player from any NFL roster. Um, there's so many ones that I would consider. Honestly, uh, Miles Garrett from the Rams. They just
Right?
acquired
That's a
him.
double Dewey too, because you can hurt the Rams and help you.
Yeah.
That's like a win-win.
He's probably the best defensive player in the NFL. And while I'm annoyed that he's on the Rams, he's still really freaking good. And
Yeah.
I'd love to have him. I was trying to think of someone who fits more of a need for the team.
I was thinking of
Uh,
George Kittle or Trey McBride. Like, McBride out of the Cardinals, you're not going to hurt them because they're already down and out, but he would be an
mhm.
excellent fit for this offense. And then, an aging George Kittle, if you could get him at a discount, I wouldn't mind having him on the roster with Brian Fleury as his offensive coordinator. That would be fun. But
Or
other than that, I don't know.
the
I mean, you
the
could
other
pick a
position I
whole
was
bunch of
thinking of
guys.
was the other position I was thinking of what would be, wide receiver, and, Puka Nacua, again, of the Rams comes to mind, as well as a few other guys,
If
Jefferson
we
from the
if we
Vikings
had Puka
would be great.
Nacua or Jefferson paired with Jackson Smith and Jigba, we'd be unstoppable at that position. Like that would be so difficult
Yep.
um to to stop. Especially if we had a tight end that could really push it for you. Like,
Mhm.
if Arroyo ended up turning out, or AJ Barner took another step. Um you could really have a potent offense with one more wide receiver. Now, from what I hear, Rashid Shaheed is having a heck of an offseason and is
Yeah.
is setting himself up to be a true number two wide receiver in this offense with Sam Darnold really trusting him and kind of using him in short to intermediate routes and over the middle and all that kind of stuff, giving him some yards after catch opportunities. That could be big this year. But yeah, as far as player, running back like Derrick Henry, somebody like that, or the other kid from Indianapolis, would be an excellent fit on this type of a roster. A whole bunch of defensive guys. You could never go wrong with another Emanwari. So when get Kyle Hamilton to come on over and double that thing up, that would be fun.
Mhm.
Have two
Or
Emanwari type players.
a really good cornerback.
Yeah, yeah. There was
So
rumors this week, Keith, that Seattle was part of a conversation, one of four teams to be talking to Terry and Arnold and his camp.
mhm,
Didn't sound right to me, just based on the alleged charges that he's facing in Florida,
mhm.
kidnapping and all that kind of crap.
So do you know where
And
that rumor came from? His lawyer, not his agent, not his lawyer, who was trying to make the case that, um, there's interest in his, like, stuff, and so that way putting him under house arrest where it would not be allowed to leave or anything would be detrimental to his career, um, while he's waiting for trial. He's not been convicted or anything, so they shouldn't be able to, hurt his career. Like, that was where that rumor came from, and I there's no way to verify it or anything like that. That could have just totally been, um, just smoke.
so, what's your first question?
Well, since this is our 10th annual one of these, my first question is, do you remember what we drank 10 years ago?
I've been drinking for every show one of these for 10 years, and that's the question you're going to ask me? Like, no, I do not remember. I don't remember what we had last year. I
I
think
don't
it was
either,
red amber ales. I think last year was amber ales.
'cause last year was your turn to
And
pick.
I think one of mine was Smittix from Ireland. I know that for a fact. Other
Mhm,
than that, I can't think past last year. Going back to what we talked about, I might remember a question that we asked. If I hear it today and it's like, oh yeah, I've heard that before. Um, if yeah, no. Do you?
I do actually, and
What?
it's the only one I remember, and it's the the genesis of this show, this question answer drinking beer, um, was because we met at your house, and did the show together,
I do
rather
remember
than
that.
and I brought homebrew, with me,
Oh,
and
oh,
so we had
yes.
a
Now I remember.
we
Yes,
had, I brought us each a can of Guinness just because everyone's like, "Oh, Guinness, it's so bitter," whatever. I'm like, "No, it's not. Have you tried it?" Because Guinness is it's actually a really light alcohol. It's very smooth. It doesn't matter that it's dark. It's almost sweet. it's good. It's for coal miners after work. Um, but then I also brought in a bunch of other stuff, one of which was a vanilla bourbon porter that I
Yes.
made.
Okay. I do recall
Um,
that.
I left a bunch of that with you when I left, and I
Yeah,
remember
that
your
was one
daughter
of
saying
that was a
it was the
favorite.
best beer she'd ever had, and I will
Yeah, yes.
I will hang my hat on that, forever. Uh,
I do remember that now. Yes.
and then there was there's an IPA I made, and I think there was leftover a winter warmer that I made that had, um, mulling spices, like if you're gonna make mulled wine mixed in, and so it had a little spiciness to it. Um, I think
Wow.
that's what I brought. And I
So
only
the
would
fact
remember
that
that because it was homebrew and it was something that I made. Otherwise, I would have no clue.
you interjected the idea that my daughter said that 10 years ago, and the fact that she turns 32 on, in September. She was 31, she was 21 when
Yep.
she said that. So
I all
she
I
shouldn't
said
have had any experience at that point, right? That
nope.
should have been one of the first beers she'd ever had. Therefore, she
Um,
could easily say it was the best beer she ever had. Actually,
you know
no,
what?
4 years
That's
of college before that kind of makes sure that
yeah.
you have experience before you're actually legal.
Yeah, like I said, I still don't think I've actually met your daughter. But the fact that you told me that she said that, I'm like, I will that is a win that I will hold on to forever.
That's funny.
And
I'll let
so
her know.
uh,
So, and she's getting, well, I don't know if I should say this. Oh, well, she's engaged and she's getting married soon. So
mhm,
crazy how time
great for
flies.
her. Yeah.
Um,
Um,
which current Seahawk has the highest ceiling that fans still underestimate, in your opinion?
that fans still underestimate is the part that, um,
Highest ceiling.
yeah, Byron Murphy. I don't think he's close to it yet. He has Aaron Donald like dominance potential
I
if he can
saw a
finish
recent,
tapping into it.
I think Jeremy Fowler put out a list of best defensive tackle combos in the NFL, and um, Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy came in number one. Number one.
Yeah. ESPN also did they're doing like the top 5 players at every position, and Leonard Williams was the number listed as the number 1 defensive tackle in the NFL.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have that. I mean, that keeps you in a lot of games. That
It
combo right
does.
there.
And that was one of the things that they needed, right? When this roster needed a reset, they needed to stop paying for safeties and start actually investing in the line because they were getting beat off the line of scrimmage
And
on every
yeah,
play.
and
And
we
now
just
they are
happened to be
they
in a draft that
yep.
that that had 14 of the top 16 picks chosen in that draft be offensive players, and Byron
Yep.
Murphy was the second defensive player picked overall. Probably should have been the first,
Well, probably, but
and
pass
fell
rushers
to
are more
Seattle.
valuable. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, it was it's incredible. Like, how do you get a guy that good that low? Well, that's how. To me, that's the answer. There's some other ones that are like I had to like juggle in my head.
highest fans still underestimate. I don't think you can say that about Emanwari anymore. I think
Mhm.
Julian Love always seems to be a guy that is underestimated, but the
Underappreciated,
league
definitely underappreciated.
the league loves him. Um, maybe Josh Jobe, could be a guy you could have on a short list. Um,
I don't know if his ceiling is really high. I think he's massively underappreciated because of
yeah,
his level of play, but his size, speed, that kind of stuff, I think his ceiling is about where he's at. So you ask about ceiling, and that's why I'm like, who has the highest ceiling of players um, on this roster? And Nick and Amari comes into mind, but everyone is on that, right? We've all
yes,
seen it. We're like, okay, that one's clear. Um, you know, Spoon is a one. and then Byron Murphy. And I think he's the one. I think because like his sack totals his first year were underwhelming, and people look at stat sheets uh, rather than what they do on the field for defensive tackles because it's hard to see. It's hard to understand what that contribution looks like. And his stuff doesn't show up on a stat sheet, so he's underappreciated that way. I don't think people realize how good he is, and I don't think those people that do understand that he's got a whole nother level in him that can come out.
I
There
think, you
is
know, if you
serious
go
potential
ahead.
there.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I think if you look at a guy like Rashid Shaheed, he could be a guy that could completely burst out this year that Seahawks fans, anyway, don't really know him very well other than the return ability.
Mm-hmm.
You could say something about Jalen Sundown as a guy that could really just blossom with the coaching that they have on the offensive line and end up being a top 10 offensive center in the league, which I think is probably his ceiling, but that's pretty good considering where we've come from on our offensive line. Okay, go ahead.
Um. Uh. Okay. Here's a coaching question. Was Who was the better coach, Pete Carroll during 2012, 2013, or Mike McDonald the last 2 years?
Hmm. Wow. That's that's a difficult question. That's a great question. It's hard to put that in perspective without some looking back upon, because we're in it right now with Mike McDonald, and he's been fabulous. Obviously, second year, Super Bowl. What else could you ask about Mike McDonald than he's done and that he could do, and the way that he kind of communicates with his team and peak Pete Carroll though, dude, was something else and on a Hall of Fame trajectory type level of player or coach, and putting together the way that they've churned those rosters, along with Schneider, and he put his image and stamp on this franchise, and that continues to this day. Really, like as far as like the culture, the winning culture of the franchise. Now you could say Mike Holmgren did that to a certain extent and kind of got us on a trajectory and a path as a franchise. And then Pete Carroll just solidified that. Wow. I'd have to give the nod to Mike McDonald
Okay.
because of I think the trajectory is actually slightly higher. It's a short window, 24 months,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that the opportunity is there with Mike McDonald to have this be another level of solid coaching performance over a longer period of time than Pete Carroll. And because of that trajectory in that short window that you're talking about, 2012, 2013, 2024, 25, and we're on the precipice of another thing. I think one more season of the same level of play that we had in 2025 will cement Mike McDonald as probably the best coach in Seahawks history in such a short period of time. He
Yeah.
gets the nod for me.
So when I figured out this question, I was like, "You're like, ooh, that's a really hard question." I'm like, "Yes, it is." I was thinking about it, and I'm like, "How do you even quantify that to come up with that?" And the only thing that I could think of that would separate them, because both of them in that time won a ton of games, number one defense in the league, Super Bowl champions, looked like they were forming a dynasty. Um, with Pete Carroll, it fell apart for a number of reasons, but um, all of that. But in the windows I gave you, it's very similar. And the only thing that I could think of to separate them was that Pete Carroll was in the process of changing NFL defenses as a whole. You saw
But
after that
Mike
window,
McDonald is though too.
Izzy. because
Yes.
um because Pete Carroll all of a sudden the prototype for what a NFL cornerback, the ideal NFL quarterback is, not quarter, cornerback, completely changed. It went from being 5'10", 180 to being 6'2", 210. Like everyone was suddenly clamoring for a player that they'd never wanted before, um, because of what Pete Carroll did. Now, I think with McDonald, yeah, teams are trying to figure out how do we get that? How do we like do what he's doing? But it's more schematic. It's the movement, it's the changing or whatever. They're like, ooh, we need to add the elements
Yeah, but
of
look at the
awesome
Nick
to us.
Manwari thing. Look at the Kyle Hamilton thing in Baltimore, and look at the Nick Manwari thing now. That's a thing, and and the league, as you saw in the draft, and I think going forward, will be looking at those big nickels as an
Hmm.
integral part of the
Yeah,
defense,
that's
where you can
fair.
keep your base defense on.
That's an absolutely fair like critique of my assessment. I don't know. There's no right answer to that. Those were phenomenal coaching jobs by two phenomenal coaches. Um,
That's
and
a hard choice, and how lucky are we
yeah,
to have back-to-back coaches like that in this franchise that can kind of continues the trajectory, like I said, of the franchise as far as a winning culture type franchise. I mean, there's only a handful of those in the NFL if you take a look at it
hmm,
very long term, and we're in that club. You know, you take a look at the winning trajectory of from Mike Holmgren coming to now. This ball club wins at a fairly hefty clip, and
yeah, it does.
the very lucky run of, I don't know if it's luck or what it is, but a very good run of executive leadership as well as ownership, combined with head coaching choices and player acquisitions. It's all been aligned for Seattle for a long time, and to have Mike McDonald come that hire, and then the last 3 or 4 drafts for John Schneider have completely hit it out of the park, home runs, and then quarterback decisions, like the transition off of Russell Wilson when we did, getting the draft capital we did, going to a Geno Smith, giving him a little bit of a run. Yeah, we didn't achieve great success there, but it was a intermediate sort of solution to a
It was
complex
a
problem in
bridge.
the NFL that
It was a
allowed
bridge.
ourselves
Yeah.
to acquire other players and keep and retain other aspects of the roster that you normally couldn't have kept had you had a really expensive quarterback. And then to transition to Sam Darnold and then go win a Super Bowl. That's as good as it gets in the NFL, and as a coach, and John Schneider's job. That's you can't ask for anything other than that. That is the pinnacle of ruling the NFL as a franchise. So I would expect the same sort of results in 2026. There's nothing changed about the roster that would give you any would dissuade you off that. Even the Brian Fleury thing, which is the biggest wild card
That is a
on,
huge change.
yeah, that's the biggest wild card, but he's surrounded by a very experienced and well versed coaching staff in this scheme. Mike McDonald is such a strong figurehead at the top where the identity is not questioned at all. It was the first year. They made a bad choice. I think coaching kind of slowed that thing down a little bit. But even with that situation, slowed down the the 3-year rebuild we talked about a couple weeks ago on the show. We still won the Super Bowl in year 2, even with
Hmm.
that coaching mistake. So I think we can get the Brian Fleury thing going. I
Yep.
do. I'm not worried about that. Okay. Um, Non-football question. What's the best piece of advice that you've ever received?
Oh damn. Um, the best piece of advice that I've ever received. Did I have to follow it in the moment? Um, because if that's true, then I'm going to struggle. uh, because the best piece of advice that I've ever received um, is something I didn't appreciate till I was a little older, and I recognized how good of advice it was and how much I wish I'd followed at the time. And that is, um, okay, this is family friendly, so we don't swear on this show, but I'm going to. Um, Fuck everybody else, and not like them, but their opinion. Um, it doesn't matter what people think. It really doesn't. I don't care what anyone, and I can say that now. I don't care what anyone thinks of me. Like, we joke around about how the comment section on YouTube hates me. Cool. I'm okay with that. They don't anymore. That was true for a little bit, but they've been really nice to me lately. But somewhere along the way, I stopped caring, and I would get. eh, I wish I'd accepted that piece of advice when I was younger, but I didn't, and I didn't really embrace it until I was writing about the Seahawks daily
You
and
got to have
publishing
pretty thick
stuff.
skin to do that
Uh,
in this business.
yeah, and I took a beating at times, and took it very personal, and it hurt, and it was a very emotional thing. And then suddenly, I didn't make a decision. I just suddenly woke up one day and didn't care anymore. Um, and I don't even know why. And then I was just like, I'm willing to put out whatever I want. I will say what I believe, and I don't care what people think of it. Um, because I'm being honest to myself. And it was really freeing as a writer. And then I realized I'm like, I'm actually a like if I think about like the way
More
that I
authentic.
yeah, it's being totally authentic and not even concerning myself. If people want to judge me for anything, go ahead. I don't care. No, and I legitimately don't care. Um, I for the our listeners that have been around a while know I'm a teacher, right? So I work with students all the time, and they give me so much shit for the things I like and the stuff I do and whatever, and I don't care. Like, I embrace the hate, and just have fun with it. And it's really freeing. And it's the one piece of advice that like I was given this when I was younger and didn't know what to do with it. And I've been trying to impart that on my kids and my students and be like, just be yourself. Like what you like. I don't care what other people, it doesn't matter what other people like. If other people want to make fun of you for liking that, who cares? Like what you like, hate what you hate, enjoy your own life. And when you recognize that people will accept you for being who you are, right? When they accept you when you're being who you are, it's really freeing because now suddenly you realize I don't have to pretend to in order to be liked. I will be liked anyway.
By
Being
the kind of people that you want to be liked by.
yes, and so being authentic in everything that you do is the most important piece of advice I was ever given, and the most important piece of advice I've ever tried to give.
Absolutely. I agree with the authenticity, and that is definitely one of the ones that I received when I was younger. The other one that came from the same source at the time was surround yourself with good quality people,
Hmm.
and I've
Hmm.
carried that as much as I possibly could my entire life. I've avoided drama. I've avoided the kind of people that I knew that were not going to be good for me, and always try to be authentic. It are two of the things that they're kind of my pillars, that I structure everything around, and it's worked. Like those two things, like if you can do those two things, I think like 90% of navigating life kind of come into focus, and it's much easier. It's like one of the things too was uh, again made a been from the same source is you want to try to follow the path of least resistance, and those two things allow you to do that. So but you can't do those things, you can't follow that path without doing those two things, so they're all kind of work together. And that's
Hmm.
important too, because when you have choices, you have life choices every day when you wake up, even at age 61, where I am at right now. You have choices when you wake up. What kind of person you're going to be? Who do you want to surround yourself with? Can you be authentic? What path are you going to choose? Like every day, it is every day you wake up and you make choices. Um, and there's a hard path and there's a fairly easy path. Now, the easy path is still going to have some challenges, but it's going to be way easier than the hard path. And the hard path is surrounding yourself with shitty people. The hard path is being fake, not being true to yourself. You're not being able to be honest, and then choices that you make around those issues can really drive you into some very hard life choices and situations. So I've,
Yeah.
I've been lucky, been able to avoid most of
Can I
that
throw out
junk.
a couple more that I thought of? Um, one of which was don't forget to live your life. Um, and this is one that again I did when I was younger and didn't appreciate it then until now that I'm older and I've got my own kids. And that's like I talk about things that I've done in my life. I've climbed mountains. I've um, you know, been on 50 plus mile hikes through the wilderness. I've um, you know, been on boats out into the sea and seen the world from that point of view. I've done things um, and they provide perspective and they give me um, a lens in which I'm looking at a world where I feel like I have a broad view because I've lived and I've done things and I have stories to tell. And I look at um, sometimes my kids, but I've been pushing them. But often again, my students, who their existence is they sit on their phone and doom scroll. And that's what they do all day, every day. And I'm like, I get that there's an entertainment value there and a way of getting through, um, your day and your weeks and your needs and everything. Um, but at the end of it, what do you have? No one's going to um, be like, "Wow, I doom scrolled like a boss today. I'm so proud of that." Like, go learn how to do something. Go find fun by doing things. There's a lot of life that you miss if you actually don't actively try and find it. So, um, and then the other one is um, whenever possible, choose kindness, and it is always possible. You gain
Yes,
nothing by being an asshole.
agreed.
You gain nothing by being a jerk to someone. All you do is ruin someone else's day. And so make the active choice. Being kind is an active choice.
So I have one more question related.
Okay.
You had mentioned your students doom scrolling, and that's hard to watch. And what advice you would give them, maybe. But what is something that your students have taught you over
Oh God,
over
that's a
your
good question.
teaching career?
Um, I will say uh, the kindness thing I just said has really been cemented home by my students, and um, the freeing nature of accepting people for who they are. Um, I I actually just had this conversation with someone yesterday. How the generation that I'm teaching now, right, the kids that are in school, um, are the most tolerant, accepting group of humans that's ever existed. Um, they it doesn't matter to them. Like my school has a very robust like trans population and LGBTQ population, and no, everyone like that's not a people aren't afraid to be out and be accepted because they know they're going to be. Um, and there's just a level of kindness built in where they're like, you know what, this is something that this is who you are, and this or it's something that you're going through, and okay, we'll be here to help. What can we do? How can we support you? Um, and to just see that by everyone in it as a community and what it does to lift everybody up when that's the community, um, it is just phenomenal. And like I really enjoy this generation of kids. And I know everyone's like, oh, kids these days and blah blah blah. And I've decided I can't participate in that because I respect these kids. I respect their generation so much because of just that. There's a lot of really good people who just want to do good things.
That's
Um,
amazing.
so yeah.
Wow.
Um, all
Pretty
right. So
profound stuff, Keith.
yeah, I mean, I just realized like, wow, we're in this at a point where we need to open beer number two.
We do. I've got this much left, but I can start with the other one.
Um, and while we're opening beer number two, I'm going to stick in the advice category of questions here, and I'm going to ask you to give me advice as someone who's done this before on teaching my son how to drive a car.
um, my best possible advice is to remain patient and have a heart of gold as you enter that opportunity to teach, but it's also an opportunity to grow and to love and to embrace difficulty and challenges and help them guide those challenges into victories. And it's a great way to get closer to somebody, to go through challenges and adversity and acceptance, and then a deepening of that bond is your true opportunity. So people always kind of talk about that sort of thing. Teaching my kids to drive, it was very stressful, blah 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 blah. It's actually an amazing opportunity, really, to transit that difficulty into something that's really amazing, and which ends up giving your son, daughter, out there, um, a sense of accomplishment and freedom. So that's what the end result will be. And so I would just embrace it, and really the patience thing. If we're getting down to now the technical stuff, you just got to be patient. You just got to say, hey, listen, whatever happens, happens, and everyone goes through these things. But it to add a level of stress on top of all that, try to keep the stress at bay, at least out out in the open, and let them know that no matter what happens, it's all good. Just a process.
Cool. Thank you.
All
All right.
right,
Next
beer
beer.
number
What do
two.
you
Did
got?
you get that poured?
I did not get it poured, but I
Okay.
got it open.
So
And then finished off my other one. What is your number two?
my
Uh,
number
mine
two.
is mine is a one of my all-time favorite beers. It is Dragon's Milk from New
Ooh,
Holland Brewing, which is in
man.
Michigan. Um, I got this one because it said bourbon barrel aged Imperial Stout, and those are keywords to good beer in my mind. But I found it at Costco originally and was like, throw it in the cart. Um, and found it to be one of the best beers I've ever had. Um, and as an excuse to have one of the my favorite beers of all time, I bought one for the show. So It is 11%. This is
Ooh,
the one. This is the start of two that will drink me under the table, and I will be gibbering or gibberish here soon. But it is. It's been aged in bourbon barrels, so you've got a little bit of that um, oak and charcoal from the barrels, in mixed with the the all of the chocolate and espresso notes of a good stout, and then you push the alcohol up, but it's so well hopped and balanced that it tastes more like you're drinking a beer that's like 7, even though it's 11. Um, but it's also got that like a little bit of it's like drinking really good whiskey. Um,
so you can taste the alcohol just a little bit on it.
little bit, but it's like a good whiskey, not less like here's some turpentine. And so it's just good. This is the look how dark this is. It's just pure
Nice.
black. Hold it up to the
Yeah,
light. I can't see anything through it. It is, to me, this is the perfect beer.
nice. You've mentioned this one before. Mine's from the brewery at Chorito Farm, Lucky Rider Imperial Stout. Foxy, big, bold, roasted stout with loaded with flavors of molasses and espresso. Um, it's got pale Munich crystal chocolate, roasted barley, malts, and then Magnum and Fugel
Google.
hops. Yeah, it's got 52 IBU bitterness um, score, which is kind of right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And let me taste it.
A little high for most imperial stouts. A lot of times you're getting when you get to
Oh, that's
60 and
good.
above, you're in the IPA range. Or if it's dark beer like this, we call it a CDA, a Cascadia Dark Ale, which is basically just a dark IPA. Um, but yeah,
Interesting. The first one was easier to drink. This one has a little bit more bitterness. I can taste the roast, the espresso. I can taste that kind of heavy coffee ish kind of flavor. It's good. It's good. It's a big can too. It's like a tall.
mm-hmm.
What is it? How many ounces?
Usually
16
16, isn't it?
ounces.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
So
of
I've got a
mine
16 ounce can.
all three of mine are 16-ounce drinks. So
Yeah. Go easy, my friend. Okay. I'm going to ask you a Seahawks question, and I think I gave you a preview of a question last week, and I'm gonna go to one of those. Let me see here. What is the one Seahawk hill you are willing to die on? And you've been known in the past. I will say this, and probably even more so before we met, as the head writer and editor of 12th Man Rising, you had to stand on a lot of hills, and often
mhm.
you were standing there alone. Which Seahawk Hill though are you still standing on and you're willing to die for?
um, wow. There's a few. I'll go with um, that Sean Alexander was a truly great running back and not just a product of the offensive line in front of him. And that is a hill that I feel like I'm on alone.
I
Um,
don't think that he was a product of the offensive line alone. I think he
oh,
was a great running back. I think it's a style. I think it's a stylistic issue with most fans. You've got Sean Alexander on one side of the spectrum and Marshawn Lynch on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Totally great runners in their own respect. Heck, one was an MVP of the entire season in Sean Alexander. He had like 20 some odd, 26 touchdowns or something like that in a single season.
Yep, had the NFL
Um,
record for most touchdowns in a season for 1 year until LaDainian
yes,
Tomlinson broke it the next year.
right.
But LaDainian Tomlinson's record has held since then. So
So, with that said, Marshawn Lynch never, ever, ever, ever gave up an opportunity to punish somebody for trying to get in his way. And Sean Alexander consistently ran out of bounds instead of hitting somebody as a preservation situation. Now, you could say the same thing with Tyler Lockett. Same sort of player in terms of self-preservation in the NFL. So I think when people think about Sean Alexander, that's what they're thinking about, as opposed to, yeah, he was a great runner, great stride runner, right? Big stride runner. But that avoidance of contact left people wanting more, I think. And including myself. Like, I'm not that kind of I'm not a fan where I'm going to punish Sean Alexander for that, but I'm way more of a fan of Marshawn Lynch than I am of Sean Alexander as a player, just
I
because of
mean,
the style.
yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with the fact that I love Sean. To me, was the perfect running back. His attitude with the ball in his hand, his agility, his jump cuts, his power, just everything about him was perfection.
He was
Um,
electrifying.
yeah. If you
But
if you take if you take Sean Alexander and you add not Sean Alexander, if you take Marshawn Lynch and you add a speed element to it, make him a 4-2 something runner. You have Barry Sanders, who I consider to be the probably the greatest running back in NFL history. Um, and that's the only thing that Marshawn lacked was that speed element to just run away from the entire
yeah,
defense.
he wasn't. Yeah,
Uh,
he wasn't quick-footed and shifty. Yeah,
but his ability to just run up into the hole, jump 3 yards to the side to get around a guy, and then accelerate forward into contact with a safety was just incredible. To me, like Marshawn is like he's everything you'd ever want. Where Sean Alexander was a completely different runner, but he was really freaking good. His vision, his
yeah.
ability, like his ability to his like yards after contact wasn't as good, but a lot of that was because he there was no contact because he set up blocks way before he got to the hole. He would suck running backs into one gap and then burst through a different one. His vision and acceleration and um, was just at a level that I don't think people understand just how good he was. And I will
Not
die
only
on
the
the hill.
vision, yeah, not only the
I will
vision,
die on
Keith,
the hill fighting for him.
not only the vision, but the ability to execute on the vision. Like, that's what made him great is he
Yeah.
had the vision, but also he could make that his vision work on the field.
Mhm.
And you just can't forget some of the big games that he had, huge games. The like the Raiders Monday night game where he scored what 3 or 4 touchdowns and just had amazing long, super long runs, and it's
Uh,
just he's a great player. He was a great
I
player.
was to me it was a kind of encapsulated by a game that I was at live in Tempe, Arizona, when their current stadium in Glendale was being built, and they were playing at the U of A, or sorry, ASU in Tempe. Um, and I saw him take a handoff at the 5 yard line and um, start right, cut back to the left, cut back to the right again as he's going through a hole. Right, so he starts. It's but think of it as like an outside zone, but they weren't running zone, where he cuts back, and then realizes that the safeties are coming in, so he cuts back in the direction that he's going, and he just runs away from everyone for a 95-yard touchdown. And like I said, I was there, I was live. I'm like, that is the coolest piece of running that does not involve contact that you'll ever see. Um, it is not a beast quake because that was all contact and just pure physical dominance, but it was football. It was setting up blocks, seeing um, angles, and the just the direction that defenders were going, and knowing how to set them up so that way he was going in one direction when the defenders were going in another, so he could run by them, and then having the speed to pull away forever. Um, just an absolutely unstoppable um, player play. Um, and like I said, I have fought with so many people about this back in when Twitter was a thing and wasn't as toxic as it is now. I feel like I'm the only person on the hill that Sean Alexander was a truly great runner, not just a good runner behind an offensive line.
Where would you rank him? Like in the top 3 or 4 running backs in franchise history? Where does he rank? And what
Two.
are the other what are the other ones?
Lynch is one. He is two. And Kurt Warner is three. And the only reason Kurt Warner is three is because we only got 1 year of peak Kurt Warner. And then in
Yeah,
year two, he blew out that knee. And he was
yeah,
never the same after he came back from the knee injury. But that his rookie year, like he was he was
special.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, he was
Um, he
special.
was he was prime Adrian Peterson, big, fast, powerful. Just like there was nothing that could stop Kurt Warner as a rookie. And then he blew out at that knee, and he's just never the same. Still
He ended
really
up with
good.
like 8,500 yards or something in his career. So he did go on to run a little bit, but it was
Yeah,
like you said,
he was still,
never the
he was
same.
still good, but he was not. If he'd never gotten hurt, Kurt Warner's name would be tossed around with Barry Sanders and uh, the others as Jim Brown as one of the greatest of all time. But we got 1 year of the true ability of Kurt Warner, and so that's why I put him at 30. But
I agree. I like your
damn,
list. I agree with it.
damn,
Yeah, Warren's in there. Chris Carson's, in some sort of a list. Sherman Smith. There's a few running backs in this franchise that we've had that have been really, really good. John L. Williams, you can say, is in there, even
he's
though
the
he was a fullback.
he's the one that I find hard to place because he was technically a fullback, but he was freaking more of a wide receiver in a fullback body. Because that guy played everywhere on that field.
Yeah,
He blocked,
it
he
was good.
ran, he caught the ball. He is one of the most dynamic, useful in all aspects fullbacks that has ever played the game. He is Kyle.
I long for a player like that, and this franchise has only had one of him to this
Most
date.
fran- most franchises have never had one of him. The 49ers have Kyle Juszczyk, and they've had him for the last like decade, and they use him a lot like the Seahawks um, used John L. Williams. But the number of players that fit and do the things that those two guys do in the history of this league are um, are really limited.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah,
so
that's why I was
yeah,
kind of hopeful for Robbie Oots. I mean, he's on the bigger end of that spectrum, right? But he'd received the ball a lot in college, and they were going to
he
use
was
him as a fullback on the Seattle roster. And I don't know where that lines up. Like, he's not as dynamic and toolsy as and foot speed, all that kind of stuff as those guys we just mentioned. But I think he does have an opportunity to kind of put a put a stamp on thing, his own stamp on what that looks like in this offense. It'd be interesting.
can you imagine social media like Twitter or X or whatever, if an NFL team took a fullback in the first round, like Seattle did with John L. Williams? a fullback in round 1.
Yeah.
Like, they might have to shut the site down just because of the venom, would just poison, the oh god, it would be so awful. It would be entertaining. I'd love to watch that burn. But,
So,
yeah.
do you wanna have a fun segment?
Okay. What do you wanna do?
Beers that make you think segment.
Okay.
Um, as an example question, and then we can kind of just trade back and forth. Which player is an IPA and why?
Ooh, um, Richard Sherman. Does that be current or can it be
Yeah.
semi-recent?
I mean, yeah, you can go in the Wayback Machine if you need to.
I don't have to go back that far. Maybe problem is I don't know of anyone that currently fits. Um,
I would say Zach Charbonnet, the
really?
guy the guy that's it's bold but not too bitter, a little hoppy, but fun, and a guy that you could hang with for a while. And that's it.
Well, a good IPA is off the charts on the IBU system, the international bitter units. And so that's why I picked Sherm, was
Just a little
because
bitter.
really, really freaking good.
Yeah, yeah.
Really freaking good and loved by a lot of people, but a little bit bitter. And honestly, rightfully so. I think that he was mistreated when he left because
He had a chip on his shoulder and until just a year ago or so, and he's kind of mellowed a little bit.
he has a little bit. He's finally
Not
been
so
away
much
from the game
angst.
long enough.
Yeah,
Yep.
not so much angst.
But and
Um,
I love Sherm. I don't want anyone to say that anything I ever say about Sherm is negative, but I am trying to. There was a bitterness about him after he left here for a bit, and that's why I picked him.
I can keep asking because you're better at the
Go.
beer part than I am.
No, keep going. Keep doing this.
Okay, which player is a light lager?
A light
And you
lager.
don't have to be racist if you
Oh
come up with a
no,
white player for this.
I don't. I'm not thinking that at all.
Because I have one player in mind that would kind of be, the player.
A light lager. The player that comes to mind when you say that is Kobe Bryant.
Oh,
Um, Smooth, does his job. Um, Kind of just appropriate anywhere. Um, but there's nothing special. There's just nothing special there.
I was thinking of Sam Darnold. Just
Oh, okay.
fairly lightweight, vanilla, straight shooter, no real deepness about him. He's just on the surface. Like you kind of you don't get any real character depth for me yet. Like he hasn't been here long enough where his fun side comes out or his adventurous spirit. His This dude's likes to go out deep sea fishing, or you never hear any stories, right? At least I don't yet. And so to me, he's just a logger, man. He's a guy that just kind of keeps it lightweight and at the surface level.
Yeah, but he can be a logger without being a light. It's the
Well,
it's
he's pink. He's kind of pink. He's a
no,
ginger,
I'm not
and
talking
his
about the
skin's kind
color.
of fair. He's a little fair, right?
No, but I was thinking in
Fair
terms
enough,
of
right?
light in terms of talent because he's definitely good, and the alcohol content is higher than you'll find in any light beer. Um, and I think that it's he's better than that.
Okay,
Now put him as a good um craft beer Kolsch, and I'll give you that perfect because then you
interesting.
have yeah.
How about which player is a stout? You can go Imperial if you want, or just a stout, an extra stout. Which player is an extra
Um,
stout?
the first player that came to mind was Gray Zabel. Just
And he's the guy that drinks Bush Light.
I know, which is funny, but no, he's the first guy because um he is strong, powerful, like just nose to the ground, outmuscle anybody, but has is dynamic enough to show that he can pull, he can get out in space, he can block for a screen, he can do more than just block inside a phone booth like most guards. He's much more of a dynamic athlete than that, but he's so good in all the aspects of what you want a guard to do. Um, and he's just got that the toughness, the strength, I think is what it comes down to. Charles Cross came to mind right after my brain went crazy, and then Byron Murphy was the next guy that came to mind after Charles Cross. So that you're getting the idea of where I'm looking at for the
How about
stout.
like how about the coaching ranks? How about which coach is like a barrel aged bourbon stout like you're drinking right now?
Oh God, who's the offensive line coach? Um,
Benton, John Benton.
Benton. Yeah, barrel aged, super high alcohol, high quality, worth paying the extra for, because it's just there and the um, it took a lot of work and a lot of time to create a coach of that quality with that much experience who is that good.
Yeah, he's time aged. Like he's
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Okay, which rookie is a hazy IPA?
Oh, um, uh,
Kind of little sweet, maybe New England
no,
style.
it's Jadarian Price. I mean, you asked that question knowing that was the answer, right? Right? Um, good. Um, yeah, a little sweet. Um, got a very particular style. It is not necessarily universally appreciated for the quality, um, but can work in so many different situations. Pairs with so many different foods,
Nice.
um, and like
That's funny.
I think that's one of the things with the hazies that people, especially in Pacific Northwest, because the Pacific Northwest, like the Northwest IPA is one style, it's the clear IPA, and then the hazy, which is more of New England style, is the other end of the IPA spectrum. Um, and I don't think all of us up here in the north appreciate just how kind of adaptable the New England style is in terms of it pairs with just a lot of food really well, and is one of those styles that works really well. So yeah.
Okay, so the first
Uh,
answer, you kind of went back and you immediately went to Richard Sherman. Which former Seahawk would
mhm.
be the most fun as a brewery companion for a day
Oh,
of sampling and drinking?
okay, so the which former Seahawk would be the most fun to hang with under any situation, whether it be brewery sampling or a distillery sampling or just freaking hanging out for a day? The answer will always 100% be Marshawn Lynch, and there's no other answer.
If the
Like,
Seahawks were a beer, if the
oh
2026
God,
Seahawks were a beer, what style would they be?
with 2026 Seahawks,
The season to come, Super Bowl
um,
champions, but being battle tested, yet still a lot to prove. A
not
lot
even
of
a style.
doubters out there.
I'll give you an actual beer, not just a style. Black Butte Porter from Deschutes Brewing out of Bend, Oregon.
Love that beer.
It is one of the best beers of all time. Just classically great. Um, and
Maybe that should be our show next year. Porters.
porters.
Yeah.
Oh god, like Imperial Stouts are kind of my thing because like they're there and they're fun and they're high alcohol and whatever. But my actual, if I'm gonna pick a beer to drink, if I'm not like, ooh, I want to drink something with high alcohol, it will always be a porter. Um, which is why my a vanilla bourbon, when I made that, because that's commonly made as a stout, I made it as a porter. But anyway, but Black Butte, like I said, it's one of the best beers of all time. Um,
Why
it
would this
is
2026 Seahawks remind you of that or exemplify that?
it, because it's been around for so long. It's been People have been trying to duplicate it and clone it and match it, and they just never get it right, and they never find that it's
Have do you know if Deschutes has got the same brewmaster that they've had since that
no.
beer was founded? No.
No, the guy who invented Black Butte Porter left there and opened Ecliptic Brewing in Portland. Ecliptic um, had its own porter that was really good. It They're still around, they still distribute, but their big um, restaurant, brew house, everything that was um, in Portland closed not that long ago. It just didn't survive COVID. It just couldn't make up for all of the debts that it acquired during COVID, trying to stay open and
What
keep
was
those
that
things
brewery
going.
that you and I visited last time I was in town a couple summers ago?
Oh, where did we go? I don't even remember.
It was under the
Uh,
bridge. It was under like kind of an overpass area in northeast Portland by the hospital.
I don't even remember.
Um,
I would, um, but yeah, I mean, I
which
miss
I have
Ecliptic.
another
Oh, but
question.
their burgers were really freaking good
Okay,
too.
one more question in this segment.
Okay.
Which which defeat still leaves a bitter aftertaste?
Oh, you know, I don't want to bring it
Why
up, but I
don't
don't
we
want
ever
to talk about
talk about it? Why don't we ever talk about it? Why
it
as
because
a
it
fan
hurt.
base, we never talk
Because it
about the
hurts.
loss to the Steelers. We never talk about the loss to the New England Patriots.
Well, we talk about the loss to the Steelers.
Those Super Bowl losses are hard to stomach and talk about. Like
We
I've
talk about the
never
loss
actually
to
gone back, Keith, and watched either one of those games
Oh,
ever
I haven't
again.
either. No, I haven't
And
either.
most fans could probably say the same exact thing.
Yeah. The loss to the Steelers hurt in that the Seahawks were the better team, and they were it felt very much like um it was taken away from them. And people will look at the score and say it wasn't that close and all of that. But then you look at how many points were taken off the board, right? Uh, Deshaun Jackson's touchdown that was called back. There was another one that was called back. Sean Locklear was called for a hold when literally he was nowhere
Yeah.
within 10 yards of a player. He was blocking air
Hasselbeck
just
was
with
called
hands
for a
up.
block in the back on a fucking excuse me,
He was
like a
interception.
interception return.
Yeah, he threw an interception. He ran in. He made a tackle, diving
Yeah.
at someone's feet, making a tackle, and they called him for a block on the back, and they gave him 15 extra yards, and that was
Yes.
it was the worst officiated game you'll ever see.
Yes.
It was entirely one sided. The head official has come out once he retired and apologized to the city of Seattle and the Seahawks because of how bad that game was, and admits that it was the worst game of his career. Um, and so
I
yeah,
never
we don't talk.
felt like that in the moment. Now I haven't gone
Yeah.
back and really thought about this game much at all, ever. Because it was so bad. And it was like, okay, if you dwell in that for a while, it's gonna ruin you. And I
Mhm.
just needed to move on and I did. But for
The
whatever reason, I just thought about it when I
the
asked this
Patriots
question.
game. The reason why nobody talks about the Patriots game, that Super Bowl, I think it was because it felt like in the moment it felt done. We got this. We won. And then it was taken away. And just that level of like
Yeah. In
the
a split
team,
second. Yeah.
they had a lead and they were doing okay. And they had that pass that, um, honestly, if Curse doesn't drop this pass, they down the sideline that hit him in the freaking hands and they get that first down, they continue on to the win. But he did, and that sparked the comeback the Patriots had. But the truth is that if you look at that team, that was the same year that their offense did absolutely nothing for 3 3/4 of quarters, right? It is the last 5 minutes of the game that Seattle's offense did anything whatsoever. And most of it was a uh, pass by the punter to an reserve right or left reserve tackle that was playing tight end.
No,
Um,
that was in the NFC Championship game against
yeah,
the
I know. That's what
Packers,
I
right?
mean.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
against the
Okay.
Packers. So they did nothing in that game. And that was kind of the offense that year. The offense sucked. The defense was still fabulous, but the offense was kind of crap. And able to be shut down for long stretches. The offensive line had just gone to hell. They traded away their center for Jimmy Graham, and we all know how bad that was. And the offense just was bad. And there really was a lot of like that team wasn't as good, but at the same time, they had the lead, they lost the lead. But then there was that play where um, Curse fell down and the ball happened to bounce to him and land on his chest. So it didn't go
At
incomplete
the
like everyone
5 yard line.
thought at the
Yeah.
5 yard line at the end of the game. And you're all of a sudden
With
you're
a
like,
minute
wow,
and 30 seconds to go.
yeah. So the hope and a prayer that Russell Wilson threw up down into the end ended up actually doing something, and they had a chance to win. And you've got Marshawn
They had
Lynch, and they
4
handed off to
downs inside the
yep,
5 yard line.
yep, they handed off to Lynch. He gets down to the 1 second down, and you're thinking they've got this. They
Yeah.
may not. They may not.
They're going to run out the clock so they don't get the ball back with hardly anything left,
Yeah,
which tells you everything you needed to know about the next play. It should have been a running play
yeah.
to Marshawn Lynch. Now, they could have lost a yard or not gained anything, but still run that clock down. That would have been
Mm-hmm.
the right call.
Yep. And you just you get to there, and besides, it's still freaking Marshawn Lynch. You just it's assumed it's going. You're gonna get it. Are you at who? What team in the history of Marshawn Lynch has stopped Marshawn Lynch from the 1 yard line 3 times in a row?
Russell Wilson wanted that MVP, man. He
He
did.
did. It was a legacy move. He changed the play at the line, called his own number essentially in order to get
And it
that
was a
pass.
hell of a play by Butler. It just was. It
It
was a
was,
hell of a play by the corner to bump the receiver off of his mark, and it just was it ended up it was horrible. It just ended up
but it
being
was
a horrible situation.
well, and all of it was bad. It was you're throwing it to your number 4 wide receiver who's basically a special teamer. You're asking a guy like Curse, whose effort level when the ball's not going to him is typically pretty low, to block Brandon Browner, one of the biggest corners in NFL history, which he didn't do, and push him back. There's so much of that was just it was no coach would have called that play, and we were like, how the hell was that the play call? And we've learned it took years for it to come out, and it didn't come out from to the credit of Pete Carroll and his coaching staff. They never said a damn word about it. They let Russ not be the villain for a long
Yeah.
time. It
Yeah.
wasn't until his former teammates started to retire. The other guys in the huddle were starting to retire that we learned that Russ changed the play. And which I think is a huge um, that's huge for Pete Carroll and that coaching staff that they owned it when it wasn't theirs. Um,
So okay. So do you have another question?
I have so many
How you
questions.
doing on
We
your
are
how you doing on your beer? Oh,
so
I'm ahead of you a little bit.
this one
Why
goes
don't you
down for 11%. This goes down really nicely.
so you need to catch up with me a little bit, and then we've got our third one
Okay.
to open. And
So
I've got another segment as well,
I have
ready
like
to go.
three. I have like three segments ready to go. So I'm gonna ask you this: how much World Cup have you been watching the last 3 weeks?
I apologize to everyone that's really a fan, but I have not watched but 3 minutes of the World Cup stuff. In fact, yesterday, Bridget piped up. She said, "How long does this World Cup stuff keep go on?" And I'm like, I have no idea. I don't have any skin in the
Oh,
game. I don't have a team. I'm not a fan of, how the US puts teams together. I don't really watch soccer in my off time. And so I'm ill-equipped to answer anything World Cup.
okay. So I will not ask you those questions that I have. Um,
Sorry.
but I will do want to point out they're one of the one of the, not announcers, one of the pundits that they have in the studio. Um, uh, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He's a Swedish star. Was in the English Premier League for a long time. Sitting next to Thierry Henry, which is a French superstar, like legend. Um, so Zlatan is the Marshawn Lynch of soccer of football. He is known for saying the funniest but it sounds egotistical things that you'll ever hear. Um, like when he joined the MLS for a little bit right at the end of his career, and the quote was something like, "I am a Ferrari racing against Fiat." Um, and the quotes like that, like those are regular on a weekly basis for over a decade, probably 2 decades of his career. Like he is um he's been doing stuff like they he does like who are the best players in the World Cup, and he's got this like top 10 list and he ranks them. His name, he's a commentator, but his name is number one and has been the entire tournament. Uh,
It's funny.
and so it's just stuff like that. I was going to ask you about him.
Yeah, I have no
Um,
idea.
but he's the like I said, he is the Marshawn Lynch of football. Coolest dude. Was hoping that we could have a talk about that. But um
Sorry.
anyways, whatever. Um the other thing, those of us that if you've been with us a long time, you'll know that Bill is a music expert. Um he's been to more concerts and live performances than most people have ever even listened to songs on the radio. And while he doesn't do that as much anymore, because ticket prices have become absolutely
Oh, they're
stupid,
crazy.
um, he still
I
knows
just
his.
I just bought a ticket though
Oh,
for a show the other day.
nice. That he knows music and he knows these kind of live performances as well as anyone. Who is on your route Mount Rushmore of guitar players?
David Gilmour, number one. And the reason for that is that he's an outstanding soloist. He's created some of the best solos that everyone has ever heard. Like everyone understands when they hear Comfortably Numb, and he plays the two solos in that song. As soon as he hits the first note, you immediately know it's David Gilmour. Number two,
That's Pink Floyd, right?
yeah, but he's
Okay.
also kind of a solo guy as well.
Oh yeah, he's
And
done
I
a
just
million
saw him
things,
I
but
saw him at the Hollywood Bowl last year in 2025, spring of 2025. Saw him at the Hollywood Bowl. Blew me
because
away.
he's
Amazing
that's
show.
crazy because he's like 80
He's
something now.
almost 80. He's 78, I think.
Okay, still that's
So
wow.
the other reason why he's in my number one. So there's two types of guitarists, in my opinion. Lead guitarists that try to jam as many notes into a segment of music as humanly possible. And there's others that allow a song to breathe and create space. David Gilmour is in that camp. As an example that comes top of mind, Neil Schon from Journey is in the other camp. He will create as many notes as humanly possible and fit them into a solo. And while that sounds really cool, after a while, it becomes tiring and boring and repetitive. David Gilmour is the guy that can play one note and sustain it and make it last like 10, 15 seconds. And you're just like, oh my God, that is amazing, incredible. And so for me, he's definitely at the top. Now, conversely, the other style in the Neil Schon, genre is like Randy Rhoads, from Ozzy Osbourne, that sort of thing. He's like blisteringly fast and amazing at what he does, and he's in my top 5. Stevie Ray Vaughan, completely different style of guitarist, is in my top 2, top 3. In fact, he could be number 1. You could interchange David Gilmour and at the top because of the way that he makes me feel, the way that he's never read a single note in his life on a sheet of paper. Can't read music. Didn't read music when he was alive. He played by feel and just kind of the way and tonal quality, all that kind of stuff was really important to him. An up and coming guitarist that you mentioned earlier, Hill to Die On. Up and coming guitarist I suggest everyone go listen to before he completely blows up and becomes bigger than the guitarist I've mentioned so far is Taj Farrant.
You've mentioned
Kid's
him in
like
the
16
past.
years old currently. I think he's getting close to turning 17, and he plays like Stevie Ray Vaughan played when he was that age. Like, just incredible. He's coming out with a live album performance in the next couple months, and I suggest people look him up, watch some YouTube videos, wait for that live performance to come out, and do yourself a favor. If you go see live shows, go see this kid, Taj Farrant. He's a rhythm and blues guy. He's amazing, has great timing, feel. His fingers are just blazing, and as good as anybody you'll see live in the last 10 years, 20 years, maybe. Like Joe Bonamassa on steroids. And Joe Bonamassa is one of the best in the business. That's it. That's my top 3-ish.
Um, so no Jimi Hendrix.
I love Jimmy, but he was he was a little bit before my time, and I appreciate Jimmy. He was left-handed, by the way. He had a left-handed guitar, played everything left-handed, including behind his back. So I
Um,
like him because he's left-handed for sure, because I'm lefty. But
um,
he's in my top 10. No question.
absolutely. But I asked that question, like he was one of those everyone just automatically puts it number 1. And I love the fact that you have a list that does not that puts him outside the top 3, because that just shows your knowledge and not your expertise, and not your, oh, I'm just going to go with this because everyone says it. Um, can I bring up one guy that no one ever talks about when I do that, when I
Sure.
ask that question? Um, Mark Knopfler from
Mark
Dire
Knopfler.
Straits.
Yeah.
Knopfler, from
Knopfler.
Dire Straits.
Yeah.
Um,
He's tremendous. Yeah.
like,
He would be in my top 10.
um, yeah, like the end of Sultans of Swing, which is basically just like a 4-minute long guitar solo of him, and it it isn't fitting a million notes into a single thing, but it's like the technical aspect. It's
He's
the
very
distant
technical.
the distance of some of the changes, and the amount of hand movement required to do some of that. I've always been impressed with, and
Yeah.
I I don't have your background and your knowledge and all of that, but I remember seeing a thing, like I've always loved that song, and then I actually saw like a video of him playing it and whatever, and I was just like, how many people could legitimately do that as the way that he did it? And I don't know.
Well, nobody does it the way that he does it because he has a very interesting style. So if you go look at him and you go watch him play, he's got a picking style in a lead guitarist playing the way that he plays. So he holds the guitar methodically, and he rests his thumb on the guitar, and he uses like two fingers primarily to do all of his playing, which is very unusual. So he doesn't hold a pick in his finger and thumb, and strum and play fast, and he doesn't use a pick, and he plays with just his fingers, and usually his forefinger and middle finger, and so he's not as technically fast as a lot of players, but he can play notes and play guitar sounds that nobody else does. And so when he does play those solos, it's very unique sounding. So if you go watch there's many YouTube videos of Dire Straits and Mark Knopfler playing online, and you go watch a couple concerts. He's so fun, especially the early stuff where he's just technically sound. He's an older guy now, 72, 3, whatever. He's slowed down a little bit, but the early stuff is quite amazing. That was actually one of the very first albums I ever bought, was Dire Straits, which was the name of the album, like back in 1977 or 78, I think, is when Sultans of Swing came out, and bought that album when it came out, and it was always one of my favorites. And there's quite a few other tracks on that album that are very good.
Yeah, it's
Down by the
always been one of my
Waterline.
yep,
Go
always been
go
one of
go
my
listen
favorite
to Down by
albums
the
ever.
Waterline. Yeah.
And it's one of those things where I like it's and you get the people who really know music and they start talking about their favorite albums and it never comes up. And I'm always like, that's interesting, because I'm not someone who knows music the way that you do and whatever, but I've always loved that album. Just it's Technician's album, but it's fun, and it's um there's been a lot of attempts to recreate that style, and it's failed, and
Another
uh
album that was really good that some listeners might know is the singer from Steely Dan, Donald Fagen,
mm,
has an album that he put out solo, I think about 1986, 87 or something, called The Night Fly. And it's an audiophiles album where it's technically produced in a way that is flawless. And so when you listen to it, you can listen to it at very high volume and technically very sound, and all the musicians on the album, the recording and the production of the album is stellar, like impeccable. And he won a Grammy Award for Best Produced Album that year. And if somebody wants to really get into the weeds about production and quality and audiophile, go listen to that album. It's truly stunning. And if you get a chance to see Steely Dan live, go see them, because they're amazing.
okay,
Yep.
now who's on your Mount Rushmore of drummers?
Neil Peart, man, he's at the top. He always has been. Like ever since I knew what music was, and live music, and I started listening to Rush when I was about 11. And I'd heard like their first album, and Caress of Steel, and a couple albums, and then 2112 came out, changed my life. Like I heard that album the very first time on 8-track, and in my cousin's bedroom, he had a stereo with an 8-track player, and he said, "Listen to this," and he put this thing in, and this like 12-minute song comes on, and it's all like progressive rock and just technically it's spacey music and stuff. And that's the first time I heard Rush, and I was like, whoa, what is that? And then Neil Peart ended up being the best drummer that ever lived, like as far as like a rock drummer. Now Steve Gadd is another drummer that's technically amazing. Like if you go listen to Steely Dan Asia, which is again another audiophile album for those out there, but the Asia album is technically brilliant, like it's just brilliant. And the solo that Steve Gadd does on Asia is one of the best solos you'll ever hear in your entire life. it's just so technically refined and perfect in every way. And he did it ad lib in the studio, and they took the first take and they put it on the album. It was like unbelievable. And even musicians, you go listen to. There's a show on YouTube that everyone should go listen to. Steve Beato, and he's a guy that interviews other musicians and other producers on his show, and they tell stories, and so once in a while they'll play guitar and stuff, and or whatever. And there's several musicians and several producers that have come on his show to talk about that particular song and that particular solo and Steve Gadd's performance. And he's even have Steve Gadd on the show to talk about it. It's just such a milestone in music that I highly recommend everyone listen to that album. Those are my two. And then
No
everyone else
John.
below that. No,
Interesting.
John
No
Bonham.
John Bonham.
Well, John Bonham is
Um,
an interesting. So I've seen his son Jason several times in
yeah,
concert, and Jason plays just like John. He tries to. He plays
he
in a
tries
Led
to.
Zeppelin band, essentially.
Hmm.
Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Evening is his current iteration of
I thought it was Led
that.
Zeppelin Experience.
Yeah, it used to be Led Zeppelin Experience. Now it's Led Zeppelin Evening.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why they changed the name, but he did. I just saw him 2 years ago, maybe, here in Phoenix. Excellent band. John Bonham was amazing. Totally underrated. I think he doesn't make a lot of people's lists because he's been gone for so long, and he only lived until he was like 38 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he was truly something. But he had this very thick, big, bold sound in everything he did. But he was so light when he played, it just sounded heavy. So if you go watch him play, he was one of those guys that was just play, but the sound was like thick and deep and firm. Like everything he did was very amazing.
I also saw Jason Bonham play and his band. Actually, I think you maybe bought me the ticket to go
Oh yeah,
see them.
at the Ridgefield
Yeah.
Amphitheater. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and I just remember him telling the story that people would ask him when he was young who his favorite band was, and he would say the Beatles. Um, Not his dad's band, Led Zeppelin,
That's funny.
which was funny. Um, but yeah, he's a guy that his name tends to come up a lot, along with Keith Moon from The Who. Um, and I understand why people like Keith
Keith
Moon
was a wild and
because,
crazy dude.
and for him, it was like there wasn't a lead guitarist, there was a lead drummer. Um, uh, but
That's a great way
in
to
a
put it.
in a more in a more modern sense, I'd like to throw Dave Grohl in there
Yeah.
as a
And he doesn't even play
and I
drums
know
anymore.
he doesn't even play drums anymore. He's just the front man for Foo Fighters, which honestly I think is the best band currently.
I've seen them
You know,
like 4 or 5
they're
times.
so they're so fucking good. I love their music. But he doesn't even play drum. Can you imagine auditioning or signing in to play drums for a band fronted by Dave Grohl when you know that he is like the greatest drummer of
Yeah.
this generation?
He kind of reminds me of Wolfie Van Halen. So Wolfgang Van
Oh,
Halen
mm-hmm.
and Dave Grohl have a lot in common. And one of them is on their first 2 or 3 albums that they've done for their bands. Um, they've played all the musical instruments and sang.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dave Grohl played all the instruments in the first 2 or 3 um, iterations of the Foo Fighters albums, and
He was
wrote all the
everything. Yep.
music, produced, sang, played drums, bass, and guitar, all the parts. And that's how technically amazing he is. He's just unreal. Yeah, I mean he's a superstar, super stud drummer, but also
Mm-hmm.
guitarist, lead singer, producer. I mean, he should be in the Hall of Fame just by himself, not with his bands. I mean, he's
Oh,
in there twice
absolutely.
already, Nirvana and
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 Foo
Foo
Fighters.
Fighters, but he should be in there by himself. Really?
Mm-hmm.
So it's time for our third and final. You ready?
It is. I have one I've never had before.
I'm thinking about going for the highest rated one in my
Well, that's what I'm doing.
bucket.
So Sierra Nevada Brewing is one of the better long-term. Um, they're not a microbrew anymore because they're way too big. But they're not like,
Which
huge.
brewery is this?
Sierra Nevada.
Oh, okay.
Um, but they were one of the first craft breweries when that became a thing. So they've been around for a long time, and they've come out with a barrel-aged Imperial Stout called Narwhal. And I've never had this
Wow.
before, um, but I've been looking at it and seeing it and being like, I need to know, I need an opportunity to try that. And as soon as we were like, we're doing Imperial Stouts, I'm like, I have to go find a Narwhal because it's a classically great craft brewery in a style that they're not known for. And I want to
Yeah.
try it. And that's what I've
Pale
got
Ale
here.
City is Sierra Nevada, right? Pale ales.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm going to
And
have you
so,
choose my beer.
okay. What is it?
So I have two.
What are my
So I
choices?
have two choices. First one is Chapman Crafted Beer Brewery, and the name of the beer is Super Fudge Pastry Imperial Stout. It's a 9.4 ABV. I have a review, and the reason that I copied this review is because it's from my doppelganger living in Southern California. It's Bill. His name is Bill A from SoCal. That's his. That's his name. And he gives this a 4.4 out of 5. He said the look is 3.75, smell is 4.25, taste is 4.5, feel is 4.5. I don't even know what feel is. Overall 4.5. Pours near black with very thin tan head and fairly short duration, leaving a merest ring of fine bubbles around the edge, no lacing. Smell and taste are both the same. Chocolate cocoa with a hint of vanilla, not overly sweet, no fake chemical taste, on the heavy side of medium body, maybe even into heavy range. Overall, I really feel like I like this one a lot. It could be darn near perfect if it had a more impressive head and persistent head. The characteristics are about the same as I recall when the first time I drank it fresh a few years ago. So I don't think storing it for a year hurt really anything either. And the other one is Evil Twin Brewery, barrel aged Imperial Biscotti Break Stout. And I don't have any other notes on it, but that was the highest rated beer at the time that I looked at stuff, but it's a 12.0. So I'm looking at a 9.4 or a 12.0. Super fudgy pastry Imperial Stout or the Biscotti Break Stout, barrel aged.
Um, both of those sound fantastic. I'm going to say do the biscotti one because it's 12%. And
And it's a
the one I'm
smaller
opening,
can. I've got
the one
uh,
I just opened, which was a 16-ounce pour of the Narwhal, is also of 12%. It's
yeah.
11.9. So
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
and
And
if I'm
if I
gonna,
get to the fourth one,
if I don't have a fourth. Actually, I
I'll
do
open
have a
it.
fourth. It's out in the out in the shop, and it's
Oh, chic! This looks like oil from changing your oil. The bad oil that comes out of your car. That's what this looks like. It is as dark as I've ever seen, and it's thick and has a viscosity. Like, what am I doing? No,
um
this is gonna kill me. All
so
right, here we go.
The
Cheers.
Narwhal, cheers. You can't really
Oh,
tell
that
because
looks
I've got it
amazing too.
in a frosted glass. You can't even see it because the beer is so dark, but it actually has the Seahawks Playbook logo on it.
Oh
Um
my
I saved this
God.
for the last one. And
Oh, that is fortified. I can taste the alcohol in it. It's got that little
Oh.
biscotti thing, but it's definitely got notes of coffee, like espresso coffee with chocolate and slight vanilla, but the biscotti thing, and it is thick. It kind of sits in your mouth and coats it. And then as you
Mhm.
swallow it, kind of like it's not like cough syrupy thick, but it's similar.
So when you're talking
And
about,
it is
um,
heavy, heavy
when
beer.
you were reading the review and you said feel, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about. It's called mouthfeel.
Okay. Wow.
Um,
Yeah,
and,
I
it's a
would say
thing.
that that feel is like 4.8 out of 5. And I don't know what I'm
No.
talking about, but that's it's right up there.
Yeah.
Wow. That I would never, ever, 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 ever in a million years order this in a bar or buy this beer except for this show. But I'm thankful for this taste and this experience.
Mhm.
I don't know. And I did almost finish the other two, but I still have about equal amounts left. And
Oh,
I have about
I
a
I
quarter of a
finished
can left too.
I finished both of mine,
Woo,
completely
woof.
because you gave me a hard time at that first one. You're like, "Oh, you're not done yet." And I'm like, "Okay, well, apparently I have to finish." And so, um,
I have I have 1,000 more questions, but I want to do a segment.
I also have 1,000
Because
more questions.
segments are fun. So you pick the segment. I have a lightning round, like you get 20 seconds each question. We already did the beer makes you think question. I have a Seahawks would you rather top 10 questions. And then let me see if I have anything after that. I do. I have bonus questions. Um, I have bonus questions. So we can get to those maybe in a little bit.
Can I pee first?
Well, I hope you get up first to
Uh,
do that. But yes, I'll keep talking while you go. I could push the
we're not
pause button on
we're
our
not
recording
live,
and see what
but
happens. We've never
we
done
could
that
hit
before.
pause. I know, we've never
I'll
used
just do
that
that.
button.
I'll do it
Okay,
right
press
now.
that button.
Okay. Okay. Hey, we just took a little quick break. We're back. We are doing the 10th anniversary question and answer show. We're having a good time, and we just opened up our third beer to test, and it's 2 hours into the show, so we probably have another hour, I would say, remaining. And I've got a fourth beer just in case, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, so before we left, we said which segment would we want to do? Seahawks, would you rather, or the lightning round?
Let's do the
And
lightning round.
okay. So I don't know if you have any quick questions like that for me lined up, but I'm going to do some, and then if you want, you can participate. But these are for you.
Actually, I do have
And,
a bunch for you. So
okay, okay.
they're not
So maybe I'll do
the
five. I'll do five.
the
You can
light
do five.
the lightning round questions that I have are not Seahawk related. So let's do all of yours and then we'll do all of mine.
Well, mine aren't Seahawks related either.
Oh, I thought they were. All right, let's
So
go.
let's try to keep them at 20 seconds or less on the answer, or
Okay,
even just a one word answer if you can.
cool.
Um, okay, here we go. Pancakes or waffles?
Waffles.
Mountains or ocean?
Both.
You
I
just
love
spent some
both.
time at the ocean.
I love the beach. I will always go to the beach, but there's a part of my heart that's in the mountains. I did a lot of mountain climbing when I was younger. I've been up the top of every peak in the Pacific Northwest other than Rainier. And the only reason we didn't do Rainier was because somebody died on the mountain the week before we were going to go. And we decided that it was not in our best interest at the time. And we never got back around to rescheduling.
Eh.
But oof, yeah, okay, keep going.
Early bird or night owl?
Oh, I'm a night owl. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can verify that. Anytime we schedule a recording early in the morning, you're at least 5 or 10 minutes late.
Well, true. And anytime we schedule a recording early in the morning, you're like, I've been up for 3 hours, so you are the early bird.
I definitely am. I used to be a night owl, and it's completely flipped. I think living in the desert makes you get up early because you can only tolerate the heat for so long. And
Mhm.
it's best if you've got chores to do around the yard or in the house or whatever, and you're just kind of working, you want to get that done early. Plus, I
I
have two dogs that need to go out, and you can't
Yeah.
take them out once gets past like 9 a.m. It's just too hot on the surfaces. So you got to get them out early.
When I lived down there, it was always a struggle between getting up early enough to do anything and staying up late enough that it cooled off so I could
To
actually
do
go to
anything. Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
I can't, I struggle to sleep when it's really freaking warm.
Yeah.
Um, and it, it didn't cool down, even with all the air conditioning in the world and whatever. I had a hard time getting my house cold enough until 10 or 11 o'clock at least. And so I struggled a lot when I lived down there.
Interesting. Kindle or real books?
Real
Paperbacks.
books, real
All right.
books.
I love that. I in my that's one of my side gigs. I work with authors to get them
Mm.
published in audiobook form. And so I work with authors, help them set up their own recording studios, do all the technology with them, uh, get them recording, take all of those files and edit them and master those files, and then submit them to ACX and Audible for retail publication. And so I lean towards the audiobook side only selfishly, but I really love turning a book. I mean, there's nothing like having a book in your hand and like
Well,
turning
you said
pages.
you said Kindle, which is
Kindle, well, which
digital
is like,
book, not
yes.
audiobook.
Well,
Those are
that's
different.
true. Okay, that's true. That's
I
true. But
prefer
you can do audio on Kindles too.
I prefer paper over anything, but I have read more via audiobook over the last 5 years than I have paper, simply because I have kids, and my kids require me to spend a lot of time in the car, and I can't listen to like sports radio the way I used to, and I need something, and I get distracted when I'm listening to music and it just doesn't keep my brain active enough. So I have been reading via audiobook when I'm in the car for like just a ton. And I'd say probably 3/4 of the books I read are via audiobook these days.
So I have to say one thing.
Hmm.
This is going to kill me. Like I'm doing okay right now. I'm doing okay. But this beer is the end of me. And if I get more than halfway through with it, I'm not going to be able to talk anymore. Just
Yeah, I'm
just putting it out there
I'm
right
s-
now.
I'm sitting here drinking this. I'm like, this tastes really good, but goddamn, I need some ice water if I'm gonna get through this.
We'll get through it. Okay, so I have one more, and then we can switch to you, and then I've still got like 20 more after that.
Okay,
Marvel or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Yeah, you're an old school guy, just like me. Okay, what do you got?
What was your first car?
Um, Technically, my first car I bought with my own money was a Toyota Celica, two door, like 1981 Celica,
Yeah, but what was
and
your first car? Not
I
your the
shared
first
a
one you
car
owned.
with I shared a car with my dad, and it was a Toyota pickup, like 1980 Toyota pickup.
Okay. Your dream
And I
classic
grew
car.
up and I graduated high school in 83, just to give everyone a time reference why these cars are that old.
So a dream classic car for you. If you were going to drive a classic car right now, what would it be?
Probably like a 64 Mustang convertible red with like, yeah, just a really nice classic old
See,
school car.
this is why I know I like you, because that right there is my car. The 64 and a half, because the
Yeah,
first
64 and a
Mustang
half
didn't come.
actually. Yeah.
It didn't. First Mustang didn't come out to 64 and a half. Um, and the Mustang, that is the coolest car
It is the
that is
coolest car.
that has ever been made. And I know that people are like, "Oh, 57 Chev and whatever," and I get that, and those cars are awesome.
Yeah,
Nothing in
yeah,
my heart is in my heart like a 64.5 Chev or Mustang. Um, maybe a 53 Corvette. And if you wanna
yeah,
Google that,
yeah,
people that are looking, that is
yeah.
like
Is that the
there's something
first
about that
year?
car. I don't know.
Is that the?
I just
Yeah,
I
it's
know what it
close
looks
to the
like,
first
and it
year.
looks like, "Oh, it's so cool." I'm like, "I want
So
that
there
car."
is a show right now with Seth Rogen on Netflix called The Studio, and I think it's in year two, it's season two. I'm only in year one watching it though, and he drives around in the first edition, uh, like um, whatever you just said, and it's amazing just to watch and just to look at it and hear it drive down the road and all that kind of stuff. It's fun.
Mhm.
Those cars were meant to be seen and heard, and
And
that's the
heard.
fun thing about them. Yeah. Yeah, there ain't
Um,
no muffler like baffles or anything like that. This is just full throated American classic car.
mhm.
Love that.
Yep. Um, when you lived actually, you know what? I won't even include that. What's your favorite beach to visit?
My favorite beach in the whole world is probably Wailea Beach on Maui.
Oh.
It sits out in front of the Grand Wailea property. You don't have to stay at the Grand Wailea to go there though, which I never have stayed at the Grand Wailea. There's a public parking area just to the south of the Grand Wailea parking or property. If anybody's listening, you can drive there, go park in the public spot, walk down to the beach, and go plant yourself in front of the Grand Wailea. It's the best beach in Maui. Both ends of the beach have volcanic outcroppings, so the snorkeling is amazing. But in the middle of the beach, you can boogie board. So you can boogie board all day, do all the boogie boarding stuff you want. Waves roll in very consistently over and over and over again. So you can boogie board for like hours, and then you can put on the snorkel gear and just go hang out in the cove. And turtles kind of like to come up on those outcroppings, and it's literally the best beach I've ever been to.
That sounds
That was an
phenomenal.
that was an easy answer.
That sound like you said that was on Maui.
Yeah, and I'm going to be there in
Maui's
September. Right, I'm going to
oh,
be at the beach right next to that beach in September. I'm staying at the Fairmont Ilani or something like that. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's
which
and that beach is also very, 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 very good. Alula Beach, which is like the third beach north of that beach, is also pristine and just unreal for snorkeling and just hanging out in the where the shore breaks. It's just a crazy great beach,
which
and
of
the
the
sand there is perfect. It's crazy.
which of the islands is Pearl Harbor on?
Oahu.
Oahu, not on
So
Maui.
it's
Okay.
yeah, it's about 10 minutes, 15-minute drive from Honolulu.
Yeah, because that's actually where I'm headed next summer
Ooh,
is for is Oahu.
nice, nice. Where are you
Um,
staying?
I have no clue.
I'll
I know
I
that
you we'll talk because
a year ago.
there's like three different places you could stay on the island that are really totally completely unique experiences.
Oh, absolutely.
So
A
yeah,
year ago we did the Big Island, um, and then obviously this summer we're not going, but then next year we're going to Oahu, and then probably nothing the year after that, and then the year after that.
yeah, that's the way we
My thought
usually
was
do it too.
my thought was Maui is just one. It's too expensive to go too often, but I've reached that point in my life where I'm like I need to start doing things because I
Good for
I
you.
don't I can't guarantee that I'll be able to do things
Nobody
forever.
can guarantee. You can't do anything
And
tomorrow, man.
it's worth I'm at a point in my life where the cost I can handle, and I can do those things, and it's worth if it ends up hurting me long term financially, I'll manage. But I, as we said in the very first segment of the show, go experience life. Go do the things.
You
It's
got to
worth doing
create
the things.
experiences.
Yeah.
We
And
just had this
um,
conversation yesterday. So my, Bridget's son is married, and
mhm,
her side of the family is really good at creating experiences, and they're off today. Flew with their little girl, is just 13 months. I flew back to Minnesota, and they're going back to the East Coast as well on this trip. And her side of the family has this little lakeside, retreat thing where the whole family comes in the summer and they spend time, and it sounds amazing. I mean, if you're into that, if you're into big
mhm,
family kind of things and gatherings, but it's about creating that experience, about that destination, about creating opportunities to build relationships and all that kind of stuff. It's the same thing with families. You've got to, while being at home is nice and it's comfortable and it's quiet and you've got downtime, and you kind of spend that time and quality time together. Something about going to a destination, and phones kind of go away a little bit more, and you create opportunities to go out and snorkel, or go on a whale excursion, or go see a waterfall, or whatever it is. Your kids will remember that forever. So those experiences are completely
mhm.
different than the experiences you can create at home. And yeah, I would highly suggest everyone kind of try to travel a little bit anyway. Oahu's really a cool place. I mean, everyone thinks about Waikiki Beach, and yeah, it's pretty fabulous, and there's a really cool nightlife there. I don't know if you'll be able to take advantage of that though with a family. So what you can take advantage of though is all of the experiences that you can create: the hiking, the water, the luau,
Mhm.
the the going out to eat. There's a lot of foodie type people that really enjoy Oahu for the foodie experience, and so there's a lot of that. And there's just sightseeing and all that good stuff. So good choice.
So my parents will never get 2 hours and 16 minutes into a show. Um, but
Mine will probably.
if my parents ever hear this, they did a fantastic job when I was a kid, and I did not appreciate it. Of Despite the fact that we were really like financially struggling, of finding ways to create experiences for me as a kid. Like I said, I've climbed almost every mountain in the Pacific Northwest, and I've been to the beach and done all sorts of things. Um, and honestly, at times we were freaking poor as hell. I lived in a trailer, but my parents sacrificed a lot to make sure that I had those experiences. And I didn't understand at the time when I was a kid, um, all of that, but I'm so grateful now. And I'm trying to do that for my kids. And so taking them to Hawaii next year is financially a commitment, and it's all of that, but I owe it to them. I owe my kids that experience, um, to be able to go and travel and be at a destination and um, have something that they can tell their kids about. And I'm looking forward to that. As much as traveling with a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old sounds like torture.
Ah,
As
that's the
as
perfect age, man. It's
it
not
kind of is.
torture.
It kind of
It is
is,
the
but at
perfect
the same
age.
time, it's like the stuff that I wanna do, they don't wanna do, and it's like I can't
It
drag
doesn't
them.
matter. Take them. Take them. No, drag
Um,
them. Because you're going to
I
give them so much of what they really want to do, that they'll be like, yeah, let's do something dad wants to do. It's funny how it works when you're on vacation. and you're like, okay, we're going to the beach, we're going all in, we're going to do some boogie boarding, we're going to snorkel. I'm going to teach you to snorkel. It's going to be amazing. You're going to see things that you've never seen before in your life. But I want to go up to Helicula, and we're gonna do the mountain bike thing all the way down, and you're gonna have to wake up at 4 a.m. to do it. And
Okay. Okay.
whatever.
But
Something like
that's
that. You know what I mean? Or
yeah.
climb up to Diamond Head. We're gonna climb up to Diamond Head today. It's gonna be a struggle. We're gonna sweat. It's gonna be like a job. But when you get up
But
to
we're
the
gonna
top,
do it.
you're gonna thank me. Yeah.
And that's the thing is like, I want to create those experiences for my kids the same way that my parents created those experiences for me. And I'm 48. I'm not like I'm old enough to look back and not be entirely just angst about my childhood and what my parents did and really appreciate what they did, even though I freaking hated them for it at the time. Um,
Kids
and
are awful. we
they
just are. We have
are.
no idea. We have no idea,
Yeah,
right? We're just like,
when I was a kid, I was terrible. Um, and honestly, okay, but I want to create those experiences for my kids, even if they hate it, because at some point when they're 48, they'll look back and be like, "Damn, that was cool. I can't
drunk.
believe we did
Drunk
that."
Keith is very introspective and poetic.
I
I'm
don't
finding
know.
it.
Didn't I start out this way in the very first segment when we were talking about advice? Don't
Okay,
blame
we
this
got
on being drunk. I like
we
to think
got
I'm
pushed
Miguel.
sideways a little bit off your segment, so keep going.
Um,
These are supposed to be lightning round.
how'd that work out? What's your favorite TV show of all time?
I really like Breaking Bad. It's probably going to be my number one. I like Game of
Man,
Thrones, number two, and these are
okay.
shows that take a lot of time to go into character development. I'm really big in that. I like Lost for the same reason. Not everyone is a Lost fan. I like Sopranos for the same reason. It's like TV shows are interesting, and then there's some that are just absolutely outstanding. And these are all
Mhm,
outstanding shows because they were written well and they hired actors and actresses that performed amazing. So those are my top. And then there's some fun stuff like Seinfeld. I'm a big Seinfeld guy. I like you know, I even like Happy Days, man. Like going way to the Wayback Machine. It's like Happy Days is just a fun show. It's like sometimes you just want to like leave everything and all the stressors and all the crap that you're going through, and you just want to go smile at something and feel good. Like
mhm.
that was a feel good show that always had an element of feel good through it, but also, you know, life struggles, just like common everyday stuff. And that was one of those shows. I was trying to think of another one, but anyway, that's enough.
Can I throw out a couple
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
um, the show Leverage, which
I've been meaning to watch
is
that for years.
oh, honestly, you should. I love that. It's if you ever watched Ocean's 11 or 12, 13, 8, which they're like the big multi-team con, um, and
Usual
that
Suspects kind of a thing too. Yeah.
yeah, it leverages that each episode, but then it's also got kind of the Robin Hood aspect of it. They are taking down um heads of corporations that are shitty, right? The um Monsanto, they don't call it Monsanto, they call it Vert Agro. But they take down these awful corporations on behalf of the people they've hurt. Um, and they do so with the big team that's like the con man and the hacker and all the stuff that they do. It's fun, it's cool. I freaking love that show. And then people will laugh at this uh, just because we're the way you're throwing out like all of these tremendous character driven, like well written, everything, deep shows. I'm gonna throw out Futurama as one, simply because it's freaking another Matt Groening show like The Simpsons. It's about a bunch of really stupid people, but for some reason, all of the writers were guys with PhDs in mathematics and physics, and
Oh,
it's
nice.
a really it's a show that is about really stupid people, but it's written for smart people. Um, and it's funny, it's entertaining, and if you know, like, that aspect of it, you can and you kinda have a little bit of the background of the science or the math, there's a million jokes that the vast majority of people don't even realize are jokes and, are there for you, and, I find it
Nice.
insanely entertaining, um, more so
Wow. I
than
hope
like,
I remember these tomorrow.
it's a guilty pleasure. It really is. Like, because it's one of those things that most people would be like, "God, that sounds so dumb." And, agreed, but I love it. It's fun. So those would be that. I know this lightning round, huh? What's your favorite non-football team?
Well, I like the Mariners. I like the Trailblazers. I lived in Portland for 30 plus years. So I do like the Blazers. I know I miss the Sonics as well because I miss that I-5 rivalry. I think the
Mhm,
sport needs things like that, not less of those things. So I want the Sonics back. I want the Sonics back for Seattle and for that rivalry. Um, I like again. I'm going to piss off all the UW people, but I like the University of Washington football team. I'm mostly a football guy, but I also like the University of Oregon. I like them both the same. I grew up watching the University of Washington. I went my very first football game was University of Washington versus Stanford at um, at the stadium there in Seattle, and fell in love with football. I think I was maybe 6, 7, and eventually went to had season tickets to the Seahawks since 1976 until '89, and but living in Portland for a while, and that's all you have. Like, if you want to watch a football game, a college football game, that's what's on TV, and you watched it. And I began to really fall in love with the Ducks and their program, and all the money that they got from Phil Knight, and created the amazing thing that they've got going on right now. And even if you're a University of Washington fan, I think you can appreciate just the fandom and the willingness to spend all the money to win and to create a legacy program and to create a culture that you want to keep going for decades. Um, I think they did that early on at the University of Washington in the 70s and 80s with Don James, and they lost their way a little bit. And I think
mhm,
Oregon picked up the slack. They just did. Like, you want to root for the small guy too, not UCLA, not USC. And when Oregon kind of came in, as opposed to University of Washington, for me, I thought they were similar in the way that the smaller guy was able to come in and dominate the sport a little bit. And so I kind of admired Oregon for that. And so I've continued to be a fan there. That's it. I mean, I really don't have another sport per se that I'm in love with enough to have a favorite team, like other than the Trailblazers, maybe in basketball. Baseball, it's still the Mariners. Although I have to admit, I think I've been to 2 Mariners games since 2001. I haven't lived in Seattle, since I went to college, but during that 2001 season where they won over 100 games, I think I went to 16 games that year. And
116. They won
since that
116
year,
games.
I've only gone to 2 other games, and they really forgot how to win, for a long time, and
Till a
till
year ago.
really a couple of years ago. Yeah, till last year for sure. And so I'm watching them a little bit again, but other than that, that's it. And
Um,
honestly, it's just a time thing for me. Like,
mhm,
I've got a couple of different businesses going, and I've got other things happening, plus um, a domestic home life that demands that I pay attention to and I choose to. So my time is short on sports outside of Seattle Seahawks football.
Yeah. Um, so the Trailblazers finished after years of ineptitude. Last year made the playoffs.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
how are they going to do this year?
I don't know. I mean, Damian Lillard's coming back. He's I think scheduled anyway to be able to come back and participate full time in October.
Does he have anything left?
And yeah, I mean, he's a good scorer. He's not going to give you anything on defense. You're going to have to mitigate that. But he's going to give you 24 points a game, even at, what is he, 34? Yeah. Yeah, he is. And so, but, is it going to be the CJ McCollum, Damian Lillard kind of thing where they've got two guards who know how to put up a lot of points but can't play a stick of defense? Probably. So they're going to have to figure out a way to protect the middle of that defense and stop teams from shooting threes. So if they can stop people in the middle and stop people from shooting threes, they've got a chance. I just don't see it with Damian and whoever else they're going to put out there on the floor. Can they play enough defense with their second string when Damian's off the floor to kind of pick up the slack? And that's kind of be what it is. And then, they didn't want to spend money on a coach. So they got a coach that doesn't have any experience. He's, an assistant with Minnesota, and signed him to a 1-year deal, which is highly unusual for an NBA coach. So we'll see. My hopes are maybe the play-in kind of a team, but they could surprise with Damian on the floor and he can clutch out some games for you. But I don't see them being elevated any more than they have been. They didn't really spend any money in free agency or anything.
They were a playoff team a year ago without Dame. I am a Sonics fan who gave up on the NBA and just was like, the NBA doesn't exist anymore when the Sonics were
Totally
when Seattle
understandable.
was screwed over and the Sonics left, and just, if you know anything about that whole saga, it's just absolute crap. And I washed my hands
And
of the
and the NBA did that to Seattle. They knew full
yeah
well what they were doing when they approved that sale and what was
yeah
going to happen.
absolutely. I washed my hands of the NBA and walked away from it. And the only thing
And they're slow rolling, getting them another team. I mean, it's been freaking 17 years.
yeah, but they're
Like,
going to get one
come on.
with the expansion. That's
Yeah,
happening,
but
but
they're slow rolling that. I mean, they've been talking about the expansion for like 4 or 5 seasons.
I
Like,
know.
let's just get it done.
But I'll say, like I said, I completely swore off the NBA. I was not going to watch a single minute of it, and I haven't. But Damian Lillard, I moved and I ended up in the Portland area. I live in Vancouver, so I'm across the water on the Washington side. But in the Portland area, Damian Lillard is a guy that um, drew me back in. And yes,
He's worth watching.
Portland. It's Portland, and it is a rival team. It's not a team. It's a team that I grew up like not liking because they were the rival, and then when they weren't the rival, they were the Jailblazers and whatever. So I grew up kind of hating Portland. Um, but then it was Dame, and Dame was interesting, and he's hard to root against. He's
No,
really easy.
impossible.
He's really, really easy to like, and it pulled me back in a little bit. And I'm still waiting for the Sonics to come back.
Daytime.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Sonics to come back, but
Totally.
Dame
Yes.
Dame like reintroduced me to why I like the Sonics, and why I like
Portland's going to lose
basketball.
like 25-35% of their fan base as soon as the Sonics go back. I mean, a lot of Sonics fans, especially ones that live in Southwest Washington, didn't have a choice, man. They didn't have a
Yeah,
choice when the Sonics
yeah,
left, but all of a sudden they're in Portland's market to watch the games. You either watch Portland or you don't watch anybody type of a thing.
yeah.
And
most of
there's a
us,
lot of
most,
fans that have developed over the last 17 years. I mean, people born in the last 17 years have only known the Portland Trailblazers in some of
and
those markets.
and and those people will stay Portland Trailblazers fans. People like me who grew up Sonics fans because I didn't know what I was watching. I like basketball's not my sport, right? Football is. Um, but I was from Seattle. I was from the area, and like, of course, I'm going to root for the Sonics. And
Yeah.
watching Gary Payton specifically more than anybody,
Sean
Gary
Kemp.
freaking
Yeah.
Payton. Like that's, and then they left, and I was like, I'm done. Screw basketball. I'm a football fan, right? I'm like that's always been
See,
who I am
I
first.
was a Gus Williams and Hollywood Brown
Uh,
and Jack Sikma and all of
mm,
those guys. That's what I grew up on and remembered.
Jack
And
Sigma,
yeah,
yeah.
that's yeah, those are so anyway.
Um, oh,
Um okay,
so much for
my
this is a lovely lightning round that we spent 10
my
minutes on every
turn.
question.
Okay, my turn. Okay, pizza or
Okay,
tacos?
tacos,
Windows or Mac?
Mac,
Yeah. Math or physics?
physics.
That's a hard one for you. Physics. Okay.
No, it's not. That's not even that. I was a physics major in college.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am a physicist first. Math is awesome, and you can't do physics without it.
Do you remember when I asked you a few years ago if um, consciousness is fundamental?
I don't remember that particular question.
Okay. I'd
Do you
like to
remember what I
revisit that.
answered?
You said no.
Oh,
And
okay.
which shocked me actually, because it told me that you hadn't put much thought into that question or answer. But that's okay. So we'll save that one though, because I'd like to come back to that at some point, maybe after a little bit more research. Camping or hotel?
Oh God. That's a harder question than you think. Growing up camping, today hotel. Um,
That makes a lot of sense. I totally identify with that.
I
Cats or
was
dogs? I already know the answer.
cat. Oh, you even have to ask that question? I'm a freaking cat person.
No, I
I have
don't. But
always been
for
a
our listeners, yes.
I am a cat person. I have always been a cat person. I don't hate dogs. I've never hated dogs. Dogs are
Explain to
awesome.
me. Explain to me. So your wife is a veterinarian. You have
Yes,
a
she is.
clinic.
Yes, we
You
do.
see both cats and
Yes, we
dogs.
do.
You've been around
And there's
dogs. You know what
and
dogs are all about. You know what
there
cats
is
are
a
all about.
rule
Yet you
there
choose
is a rule
cats.
at my clinic.
Explain that to
There
me.
there is a rule at my clinic that if a kitten comes into the building and I am there, it must be brought to me for petting.
What for, like, is that the evaluation? Like, is this
That
cat worthy of treatment? Like, how does that
No, no,
happen?
no. There's no evaluation. It is entirely for my pleasure. I am the owner of this clinic, and if I'm allowed to set one rule, it's that I want to fucking pet the kitten. Uh, um,
Oh my
and that
God.
is
I am
and
laughing
that
so hard right now. That's funny.
and that is the rule.
Okay, so next
Honestly,
we're gonna keep it lightning round.
okay,
Uh I know the answer to this, but coffee or tea?
coffee.
Obviously.
Uh,
Favorite board game?
oh shit.
I've got three myself that I can't even remember the names of, because my kids come over and they bring these games and we play and then they're gone and I never see them again. But they were really fun in the moment. But I can't remember what they are.
um, I love the strategy of chess.
Oh, old school.
Um,
Old
old
school.
school. There's a World War II game called Axis and Allies, which was basically Risk but better. That I really enjoyed as a kid. Um, I fucking hate Monopoly.
I
Sorry
used
for
to
those
like
of you that
Monopoly, do not like it anymore.
it is terrible. It is like, wow, let's invest 3
I
hours to
like
no end
life. I like
whatsoever.
life better than Monopoly because it goes
Yeah,
quicker.
agreed. Um, Honestly, the game that I have liked the most lately as an adult, I don't do board games, but it is Connect 4.
Oh
I
yeah.
have a
Bridget would
giant.
kick your ass in Connect Four. She hasn't lost a game in like 52 rounds or whatever it is.
I
Somehow or another she cheats at this
I
game,
am
and
I would love to accept that challenge because I have a giant Connect Four game board in my classroom and in my like whatever what do we call it Helix, but it's our homeroom class. We have Connect Four tournaments in
oh
there,
nice. And you're
and
the reigning champion, I'm sure.
I I am not because I always find a way to bow out before we get too deep into that because I don't need to be the champion and I want it to be about students. Um,
Oh,
but I have
Keith, I have such a soft place for you in my heart.
um, but I have not lost a game in which I have intended to win
Oh, you definitely sound like you're up for the challenge to Bridget.
ever.
Now, for me, I'm on the losing end of her 52 game streak. So it's up to you,
Um,
my friend. Okay.
Bridget,
Favorite candy.
Bridget, you need to come visit up here in the Pacific Northwest for some reason, and you and I will have a game
Oh,
because
that
I
sounds like
would
it's on.
I would love that. And I would, even if I lose, I would lose honorably, and that would be the best thing ever. But I have
Yeah.
not lost a game in which I intended to win in a
Ooh, I've
very,
got to mention this to
very
her.
long
She is
time.
going to be up for that challenge. She cannot ignore a challenge. She will accept.
Bring
It's
it
just a
on.
matter of time. It's just a matter of time before this happens. Okay. Favorite candy.
Um, I love a Sour Patch Kid, which I know is weird for an adult to say, but there's something about the sour. I love sour candies.
One condiment to keep forever.
Barbecue sauce, sweet baby
Ooh, that's a
rays.
great answer. I was thinking mustard and ketchup, and then you brought in barbecue sauce. That's a perfect angle. Most overrated food, in your opinion?
Oh
And
shit.
you're going to get a lot of pushback on this if people are still
It
listening,
doesn't
no
matter
matter
what
what
I
your
say.
answer
Someone
is.
is going to hate me for this one. Um, Pizza.
Oh, dude, no. It's like
Here's the
if you
thing.
said like artichoke hearts, then people you would have like, half the
Fine.
people would be for you, half the people would
But
be against pizza.
it's
Like
not but it's
90%
not
of the
over
people are going to be against you. This is how
artichoke
you
hearts.
become
We
unpopular online, Keith, right here.
I know.
In this
Here's the thing.
moment, this
But
is it.
it isn't I love pizza, but you said overrated. So what that means is so I'm looking at this artichoke hearts. Who fucking loves artichoke hearts? Are they good? Sure. Do people hate them? Of course they do. Because they're like whatever. Pizza is universally loved. Some pizza is excellent. It is worth the price of admission good. And some pizza is absolute trash. But because it has the word pizza attached to it, people will like, "Oh my god, it's great." No. Have you ordered a Domino's pizza lately? It's
How
not as
you
bad
doing
as it
on your
used
beer?
to be. I actually kind of stopped because my
Oh,
face is
Keith,
numb. Um my nose is
you've only had
numb.
technically two beers.
I know. I'm old though.
This is
I'm
supposed to
not
be
as
the
old as
lightning round. I'm done. I'm done with this.
but anyways, we're talking about like with pizza. Like pizza can be
Lightning
fabulous.
round.
It can also be
This is supposed to be a one
trash.
word answer.
It can be trash. And I
Okay.
refuse to eat bad pizza just because it has the word pizza
You
attached
need
to
to
it.
you need to ask the next two questions.
What's your favorite NFL team that's not the Seahawks?
I think I've answered this before. I really like the Minnesota Vikings. I know I didn't like them in the moment that we played them in the playoffs where their kicker missed the field goal and we won the game in like
Blair Walsh.
negative 15-degree weather.
Yep.
But other than that game, I kind of like the Minnesota Vikings only because I grew up on the Minnesota Vikings before the Seattle Seahawks were even invented.
Hmm.
I was a Fran Tarkenton guy. He was a left-handed
Yes,
quarterback.
sir.
I fashioned myself as a left-handed quarterback after his play of scrambling around and then throwing these amazing dimes down the field. he was a player that I suggest everyone just go look at a like 10-minute YouTube clip of Fran Tarkington playing, and you'll understand why people thought about Russell Wilson when Russell Wilson was first coming into the league. His Fran Tarkington was named as kind of a player that he kind
Oh
of
yeah,
his game was around.
he was Russell Wilson 30 years earlier.
Yeah, right. And so it's interesting if people go see that and find out why people were saying that. And then the people, purple people eaters on the defense with
Mm.
Carl Eller, who actually played one season with the Seahawks, and a couple other players that made that defense really formidable. And then the crowning thing was our first coach as a franchise, Jack Patera, was an assistant under Bud Grant in Minnesota, and
Was
Pete Carroll was a secondary coach under Bud Grant, and Bud Grant was his favorite mentor of all time. And there's just something about Minnesota because I'm a little bit of Norwegian in descent, and being a Viking, that whole
okay.
thing kind of and my dad was kind of a Vikings fan, and so I kind of was that. And so
All right.
I don't pay
Wait,
attention
hold.
to them currently, but that was it.
So okay, I'm gonna back us up to something we did like an hour ago. Since you brought up the Vikings and Norwegian descent and all of that, um, Irvin Holland is the center forward for the Norwegian football national team, the football team in the
Oh,
World Cup,
he's the guy that's out there in all the memes and all that stuff now currently.
and he is phenomenal. And as a person who grew up um, watching and loving football, but playing and really knowing soccer, Irvin Holland is phenomenal. His ability to just to finish into the goal and everything that he does, and he is he is the soccer equivalent of DK Metcalf in that he draws double and triple teams on every
He looks like a
single
big
play,
physical
and
player.
it doesn't matter. He'll like in the last game he had Brazil. Brazil, like, if you know anything about soccer, Brazil is like they're a 5-time World Cup title. They're the team that they're the country, the team that everyone references themselves to, right? How are we compared to Brazil? Um, Brazil committed their best defender. You have no job but to mark Irvin Holland for 90 minutes, and
Good
Holland
luck.
won that, and it helped
so
all game, and it
so
didn't matter.
what I'm going to do
Uh,
right now
go.
is masterful as a host. Um,
Mhm.
not really paid very well, but also I have 10 years experience. Is I'm going to turn this into something about aliens, and the memes of Irv Holland on the internet are absolutely amazing because there's apparently 4 species of aliens that exist in our current timeline as humans on the earth: reptilian, the Greys, something else, and then the Nordics. And this guy, this player, this his image, his face has been turned into countless memes on the internet regarding aliens and the Nordics that are apparently an alien species that's currently on Earth and interacts with other humans. And so he is apparently the what everyone strives for as a Nordic species to look like and to be. And so I just shout
I
out to him. He's that
I
perfect
love that.
specimen where he's not
Yeah.
only the greatest football player in the world, he's also the greatest alien that lives on the earth today.
So you started talking, and I Google searched Holland just for the sake of like, I didn't know what you were going to ask or say. And I wanted to have like stats up and all that kind of stuff. And Google, if you search Erling Holland, has an animation built in on the bottom of the window of a bunch of um animated things and like masks and whatever rowing that go across the screen. Anytime you
Nice.
Google Erling Holland, and it is
Oh
freaking
my God.
hilarious. Just
That
that
is
like the
crazy.
fact that they would build it. He is 25 years old. He
Oh,
plays for
the most eligible bachelor in the world.
he plays for Leeds, um, which is in, or no, he was born in Leeds. He plays for Manchester City. Um, he is
Have another sip
6'5".
of beer, Keith.
He freaking is an amazing player. And honestly, I'm gonna say this, and I mean this. I'm gonna say this. I don't mean this as derogatory. He is not a pretty human being. He is,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. To
he
you.
is freaking
But
phenomenal at soccer.
in Copenhagen, he is the man. Just let you know. Okay.
Honestly,
Next segment.
he's the man everywhere. I got one other question for you that was supposed to be part of the lightning round that never ended because we never actually lightning
Okay.
it.
I
What
have a
is
whole
your
bunch
favorite?
too, but that's okay.
What is your favorite book or your favorite fiction book of all time?
Fiction. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All time immediately pops into my head The Hobbit.
Interesting.
It was one of
A
the books
children's
that my dad, yeah,
book.
my dad read to me when I was young, like I'm going to just say 7, 8, 9 years old. You know, when I
Mm-hmm.
finally had a reading and listening comprehension level that could kind of grasp The Hobbit. And
Love that
so he
answer.
read that book to me. And then I really understood as an adult then that The Hobbit, the actual book, was deeper than just a children's book. It, you know, it had all sorts of allegories and meaning beyond just the story at hand. And loved that book. Loved the idea of immersing yourself into another world entirely
Mm-hmm.
by of creatures that were not a common creature, but something that you had to go outside of your own worldview to see and identify with, and you could identify with. That's the masterful genius of writing a book like that, of taking characters that are not human and but human like, have human like qualities, and making humans as readers go into that world and identify with those characters and really immerse yourself in that. It makes you think outside the box a little bit and empathize, create empathy for other humans and other beings and other situations that are outside of your normal worldview. Beyond that, I really like biographies, like the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Hmm.
I can't remember the book. Do I have it? Maybe. Like this book is Doris Kearns Goodwin, Team of Rivals, by it's Doris Kearns Goodwin, and the book is about Abraham Lincoln, and the book is about chronicling Abraham Lincoln from the time he was in his own state legislature in Illinois to the time he was elected president, and what did he do when he was elected. He created a bipartisan team, his rivals, to come in and work in his administration to bridge the gap on partisanship, and there was a lot of it at the time. This is when the South was really up in arms and creating a lot of chaos, and he wanted to hold the country together and bring the country together, and so he basically brought in the opposing Democratic candidate at the time into his administration as like Secretary of State, and his Secretary of Defense was another rival, and so on and so forth. And he created this team of basically bipartisan um, folks that would work together to create policy and cohesion in a country that was really embattled in division. And I love this book. Like, this is a really good book. The other one is I like. I've got a book on Benjamin Franklin that I really like. Um, I've got a book that you'll love, Keith, right behind me here, called "Who's Afraid of Schrodinger's Cat." It's an A to Z guide to all the new science ideas you need to keep up with and the new
I love
thinking
that.
with
Oh,
by Ian Marshall and Dana Zohr,
okay.
author of the Quantum Self.
Yeah.
And this is a very good read, actually. And then John
Interesting.
Adams by David McCullough is an excellent book. If anybody wants to get into kind of all that kind of historical stuff. I'm kind of a history guy. I thought when I was a kid, when I first went into college, I really wanted the business degree because business degree is, good for everything, right? But secretly, I really wanted to be a history teacher. And we had mentioned earlier about what you learned. What's the best advice you've ever received? The person that I was referencing when I said same source was a history teacher from seventh grade that ended up being a huge mentor and friend, and actually helped teach me to drive and all that kind of stuff. He was just a special human being, um, which really kind of wanted me to kind of go down that path a little bit. So I didn't end up majoring in history, but I really had kind of a lifelong learning sort of thought process put into my brain, and so I love that. I love all that kind of stuff, and the science and the physics and all that things. I'm very interested in all that. I know you majored in that and all that stuff, but as far
Hmm.
as enthusiasm for the subject, I could match you. I could come right up to that little shelf. Don't know what I'm talking about, but man, the enthusiasm is there, Keith. I
I love that. Um, if the enthusiasm is there, the willingness to listen and learn, honestly, that's all I would ever ask out of any human. Um, just want the thing of okay, soapbox time. The thing about science that I love isn't the whole like people get into like, oh, it's about being right and like versus the whole people get into the stupid religion debate and all that crap. Nah, it's about, do you want to learn? Are you interested in things you don't know about? Um, how excited are you to learn something that you didn't know yesterday? That's what science is about. And anyone that has that at their heart, um, welcome to the table. Come in, join us, bring your ideas.
That's
Because
amazing.
if you want to learn and you aren't coming in with the expressed intent to um, convince other people of your predetermined beliefs,
Priors, yes, right.
yeah. If you're coming in with just, I want to learn about whatever is out there and we'll figure out whatever interpretation fits the data once we're to get there, welcome. Come in, join us. That's all we are as scientists because we just want to learn. I love that. I love
That's
that
what.
so
That's where
much.
I think YouTube is one of the greatest inventions of all time, because you can build a channel on YouTube that gives you a platform, and that platform can be either destructive or very instructive, and
Hmm.
you can weed out the destructive really easily, and you can just follow the very instructive and interesting and unique, and doesn't always have to be completely factual, but all you need sometimes is a spark or a little idea, or something makes a lot of sense and you want to do further research in it, and this is just one piece. YouTube is really good at that, is getting you started and getting you interested in something and like you find fascinating. There's a couple of good channels. Lex Friedman has an excellent channel if you're interested. Just of an interviewer that brings on a lot of interesting people that talk about a lot of deep, interesting thoughts, and a lot of it revolves around scientific stuff. There's the Theory of Everything podcast.
Yes, there
Um,
is.
and love that show. Very deep thinking. Um, and there's just a number of others that I like to watch. The Diary of a CEO is another one that invites a lot of really deep thinking people on to talk about everything from quantum physics to consciousness and deep financial things. I mean, just all over the place, but people that are really top of their field in a lot of different things. Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Okay, quite another segment. If you can you still hang with me? Are you still good?
I can hang for a little bit. We're at 3 hours. I'm sorry. Everyone that's still here, if you're still listening, even if it's taking you multiple sessions to get here, we appreciate you. We love you. Thank you very much. But
Well
we're at
said.
3 hours. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, we haven't asked the Seahawks question for a while. This is would you rather Seahawks question end segment. Franchise
Mhm.
quarterback number one. Would you rather have Sam Darnold play at a top 5 QB level for the next 5 years, or draft a rookie quarterback next year who will eventually will become top 3, but you endure 2 years of rebuilding first?
I'd rather have Sam Darnold be top 5 because you can win 5 Super Bowls for if he's top 5. Now, a year ago, if you were to ask me this question, would you rather have Geno Smith for the next 10 years as a top 10, or that I would have said draft the rookie every fucking time?
How much is immediate championship contention worth compromising your long-term upside?
I don't think you're doing either. Giving up 2 years to maybe win later
This is
isn't
no, this
worthwhile.
isn't a maybe question. This is draft a rookie next year
I
who
know,
will eventually become a top 3 quarterback,
but you have 2
but you
years.
have to
Okay,
endure the
but
two
it's not. You're
years
right.
of rebuild,
It's not an
basically.
event. It's not a maybe. You can win with a top 5 quarterback every single year.
That's a great answer. That's the answer. You can win with a top 10. You can win with a top 15 quarterback. We just proved it.
Mm,
Top
I don't think
10?
we proved. I don't think we proved that. I think we proved you can win with a top 8 quarterback.
There's a
Um,
lot of people in the NFL, a lot of people that have ranked him in the top 15, 16 this
because
offseason, Keith.
there are a lot of Sam Darnold will be underappreciated for the next few years because people remember him as the guy with the Jets that was kind of a failure, that had to bounce around the league a little bit and fall into a couple of really nice situations with the Vikings and the Seahawks. But the truth is, he was better than people thought when he was with the Jets because the Jets were freaking awful. And they blamed him for the Jets' downfall. And he's better now than people realize because they still view him with that Jets lens. To say that he is a top 15 quarterback and not a top 7 quarterback or top 8 quarterback right now is honestly, it's just inaccurate. He's better than that. He's a better quarterback than saying that he's like the 15th best quarterback in the league. To say that he's average in the
It's all
NFL.
relative. It's all relative of who's in front of him. And if you go
Yeah,
look at the list, it's hard to place him in the top 10 because there are really 10 good quality quarterbacks in the league right now.
sure, there are. And he's one of them. Would you put him above San
Lamar
Francisco's
Jackson,
quarterback? Like,
Brock
of
Purdy.
course, Brock
Yes, I
Purdy?
would put him above
Absolutely.
Brock Purdy.
100% I'd put him above Brock Purdy. Would you put him above
Caleb Williams.
that's questionable because
Would you
Caleb
put him
Williams is yet
above Cincinnati's quarterback, Lawrence? Would you put him
um
above Drake May?
Lawrence or
Right
Drake
now,
May.
maybe
I
Drake May.
Drake May, hell yes. And I love Drake May. I like Drake May way better than most people do. I think Drake May
Justin
has got
Hubert,
he's right there with Justin Hubert.
Patrick Mahomes.
No.
You could keep going on this list. I'm just telling you, there's 10 guys that you could have a real debate on. So that's why he ends
Yeah.
up outside of the top 10 quite frequently, is because there are legit 10 guys that are maybe better
But the
than him.
truth is, yeah, okay. But how much of the
They haven't won a Super Bowl, but also they didn't have the team that Seattle had. That's what I'm trying to weigh, is like, what
but
portion of the Seahawks
how much of
dynasty
saying that
Super
his
Bowl win is attributed to Mike McDonald and the defense?
how much of him being 15th instead of 8th has to do with him with the Jets when they were terrible and not with
I
the
don't think
Vikings and the
that's a
Seahawks?
factor as much anymore, because it might be a factor for some
It's
legacy
way more than you
journalists
think.
out there.
Look at what
But
look
if
at
you're
what he
paying
did with
attention, I mean, really everything from Minnesota on, right? So you're
the
talking
last
2 years of legit quarterback play.
yes, but look
And
at how
that's
bad Minnesota was without him. They were 14-3 with him. He left to
what do you do with the
Seattle
interceptions?
and they were trash with him.
Okay, let's leave that question. I got another question.
That's a whole nother show.
What would you rather do, win one more Super Bowl over the next 5 years, or reach 4 straight NFC championship games but only win one Super Bowl? So the first question is, win one more Super Bowl over the next 5 years. Doesn't say that you're competing at a high level all those years. Or reach 4 straight NFC championship games and win one Super Bowl.
Well, of
Which
course,
defines greatness better?
the force. There's one Super Bowl championship in both of those. One of
There's a
which
lot
is
of
getting
disappointment with going to 4 straight NFC championship games but only winning one.
I
That
don't
means
care.
you could be the Buffalo Bills and go to 3 straight Super Bowls and lose all 3.
They went to 4 straight Super Bowls and lost all 4. It was the Denver Broncos who went to 3 straight and lost all 3 right before that. But in both of those scenarios that you just listed, you're winning a Super Bowl in 5 years.
Yeah,
In one
right.
of which
But
you
what
make it
defines
to
greatness better? The high level performance of 4 straight NFC championship games, or winning a Super Bowl?
I think
Does it matter?
in the end, it doesn't matter because you have in both of those, whether you win 4 straight or get to 4 straight NFC championships, or you don't get to 4 straight NFC championships and you lose in the divisional round for those. In both scenarios you listed, you win one Super Bowl in that time period. So why wouldn't you want to be the team that got to the NFC championships for those other years? Because that means you, even when the years when you didn't win, you were really freaking close.
Okay, next question.
Versus, okay,
Mike McDonald's defense. Would you rather finish number 1 in DVOA defense every year, or finish top 10 in both offense and defense every year? Which model is more sustainable?
I want to finish number 1 defense every year out of those two. Because if you finish the number 1 defense every year, you don't have to have a top 10 offense to
We've
get
shown
deep
that.
into the playoffs.
We've shown that. We've
There's
proven that already.
and not even just we've proven it last year when they won it all because the offense was better than I think some people think. But statistically, if you are the number 1 defense in the league, you're going to average like 12 wins a year. You're going to win your division. You're going to first round bye, or at least not. You're going to host a couple of playoff games, and you're going to go deep into the playoffs, even if your offense is crap. Having the number one defense versus being good but not supremely dominant on both sides of the ball. Having the number one defense means you're dominant there. I think that is the more sustainable given those two scenarios that you just gave me. I'd rather have the
Next
number one
question.
defense.
John Schneider draft dilemma question. You get one choice. Would you rather hit on every first round pick for the next decade, 10 years hitting on every first round pick, or continue finding stars on day 2 and day 3 like he has recently?
Forget
So you can
recently.
hit
This
on
is
all the
his
first
entire
round picks, or you can miss on the rest of the draft. Which is more important?
the day 2 and day 3 stuff.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter what it does not matter where you find the star
Blue
as long as you
chip
find the
stars make a difference. We've seen that just this last year.
It does not matter where you find the star as long as you find the star. Richard Sherman was a 5th round pick. Cam Chancellor was a 6th round pick. Don't
Cam Chancellor was the 5th
underestimate.
round pick as well.
Was he? I thought he was a 6th round. Whatever. I don't even care. Stars are stars. Whether you draft them in round 1 or you draft them in round 6, if they are legit all pro
If
level
first round
stars.
picks are stars, though, those are legit, like leading blue chippers.
Richard Sherman
How many
wasn't.
blue chippers do you need on your roster?
Cam Chancellor wasn't. So this is me is stars are stars. I don't care where they were drafted.
Okay.
If they're stars, they're stars. And so hitting in the first round but missing in the rest of the draft means you have 10 good players, 10 great players. That's enough to keep you relevant, but not enough to win you titles. Missing on the first round but hitting on others and finding those day 2 and day 3 stars, the Richard Shermans, the Cam Chancellors, the KJ Wrights, right? The Bobby Wagners. There's so many more players available then. And if you find the stars in that realm, you're going to have more good players on your team. Your depth is going to be better. You are going to be a better team, even if your first round picks are crap.
Seahawks Mount Rushmore question. Would you rather remove Russell Wilson from Seahawks history or Marshawn Lynch from Seahawks history? Who is more irreplaceable?
That is a harder question than I think people realize.
I do too.
Because those two teams.
Because that gets at the heart of the 2010s.
Yes. Those two guys are so intertwined. Because Russell Wilson was better than people want to admit because of the way he left and because he was bad after he left. His ability to make that crappy offensive line work and still hit the deep ball made that offense work. But Marshawn Lynch's ability to grind out yards that weren't there gave Russell Wilson the freedom to do the Russell Wilson things. And they are so intertwined. And without both of them, you don't win that Super Bowl and you don't have that 4-year window of greatness. You need both of them for that to happen. So that is a hard question. If you were to remove Lynch, I think Wilson struggles because I don't think you have.
You could have a replacement level player at running back that say did 85% or what Marshawn Lynch did. Could you still have Russell Wilson succeed?
Yes.
Could you replace Russell Wilson with the replacement level player and have Marshawn Lynch do what he did, and would they still win?
Yes. Would Marshawn Lynch do what he did? Yes. He would also do what he did. Would they still win in either of those situations? I would say no. And that's the part that I struggle with that, is because without Wilson's ability to make guys miss in the pass rush and hit those deep balls, which kept safeties honest, that kept guys back, that frightened the hell out of opposing teams to the point where they didn't commit 9 guys to stop Lynch, was part of the reason why Lynch was able to be so freaking dominant. But also, Lynch's ability to draw everybody's attention to allow Wilson time to wait for guys like Kurtz, who weren't that good, to get deep. Like there was a lot of time. Wilson's time to throw was never short. It was always really long. And part of that was because he didn't have great receivers. And without Lynch there to occupy tight ends and keep people honest so that Wilson had time to sit there and wait for his guys to finally get open, Wilson wouldn't have had much success. But that has more to do with Wilson's receivers than it does to do with him. But as a team, if you look at just those 2
What's your
guys,
final answer?
uh, do I have to have one?
Yeah.
If I had to replace one of them, I would probably replace Wilson.
Wow. That's really hard to do. Okay, next question.
And the reason why I wanted to say that is because I think that Marshawn Lynch plus the defense, you're going to win a lot of games no matter who your quarterback is. They won a title because
Oh
they had
man, I don't
Marshawn Lynch.
know. We've all
They had
seen
Marshawn
how
Lynch.
important the quarterback position
I
is in
know,
winning
but they had
championships.
Marshawn Lynch plus the defense plus a quarterback, which is why they won a title instead of just winning games.
I think you're diminishing Russell Wilson there a little bit, but let's move on. One more question. 2 more questions. Okay, defensive superstar. Would you rather Nick Manwari become Defensive Player of the Year, or Byron Murphy II becomes the best interior defensive lineman in football for the next 5 years? Which is more important to the Seahawks' success?
Byron Murphy. Nick Amori can be Defensive Player of the Year, and that means that he's making a ton of plays, he's getting interceptions, he's doing all the different things. But if you have the best interior defensive lineman in the NFL, that means you are winning at the line of scrimmage on every single defensive play. And if you win at the line of scrimmage in the NFL on every single defensive play, you win games, regardless of what anyone else does behind you.
Have you seen the rumors of Aaron Donald returning to the Rams defense this year?
I have not seen the rumors of that. It does not surprise me, given that Aaron Donald was
I just saw a
still playing
workout video.
It was still playing at an excruciatingly high level when he retired. I was kind of surprised that he left when he did. And that team is ready to go win a championship as built. And they have 1 year left. So it does not surprise me at all. Aaron Donald, even 2 years removed from the league, is going to be a good player. I think most people who listen to this show are going to recognize my opinion of Aaron Donald is that he is one of the greatest defensive linemen to have ever played the game. He's been gone for a while. He was slightly diminished when he retired. He's still going to be better than what they have. And that's scary to think.
Okay, 3 or 4 more questions really quick.
Okay.
The offensive question. Would you rather Seattle become the number 1 rushing offense in the league, or Sam Darnold throws for 5,000 yards for the next 3 seasons? Which better represents Mike Macdonald's vision?
Becoming the number 1 rushing offense better represents his
5,000 yards. He had 4,200 yards this last year. What does 5,000 yards represent?
5,000 yards, though, is crazy. And that is what gave me pause before I opened my mouth and said the rushing offense. 5,000 yards is crazy. And to do it 3 years in a row, that means you have an absolutely elite offense. But Mike McDonald's vision, number one defense, and then you throw in the number one rushing offense to control the game, grind out the clock, give your defense a rest when you
I
need it.
love that answer. Love that answer.
It's about complementary football. And I think
It's
Mike
really easy
McDonald,
to hop on that 5,000 yards, and it's a lot harder to dominate the team in rushing offense, dominate a team. And
but
your answer is exactly right.
the thing is, if you're the number one rushing offense in the league, you are dominating the line of scrimmage on offense. In your Mike McDonald's defense, you're dominating the line of scrimmage on defense. You dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. You don't need a $5,000 or $5,000 offensive quarterback. You don't need that. You're gonna win. You're gonna win a lot of games, and even in the games you lose, you're gonna barely lose because you are gonna be in every single game you ever play because you win win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and that's what Mike McDonald wants.
You're John Schneider. You can only keep one.
No.
Would you rather give a massive contract to Jackson Smith and Jigba or Gray Zabel? Which player is harder to replace?
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Championship window. Would you rather Seattle wins another Super Bowl, but John Schneider retires immediately afterwards, or no Super Bowl for 3 years, but John Schneider stays another decade?
John Snyder staying another decade does not guarantee another Super Bowl. And this league is entirely about championships. I think if John Snyder wins another title, giving him 3, 1 in the Pete Carroll era, 2 with this team, that locks him in as one of the greatest GMs of all time with 3 titles. I'd rather have the Super Bowl win. I'd rather have the title. And it hurts me so much to say that I would rather have him win another title and retire because he's really good at his job. And I'd love to have him here
I know.
forever.
I'd rather enjoy the 10 years with John Schneider.
Because you're going to be good every freaking year.
But
That
this is
that
no
is a
Super
harder
Bowls
question
for
than you
3
think.
years. No Super Bowl for
Yeah.
3 years. Doesn't say anything about the remaining 7. But
True,
you
but
get to keep John Schneider for the.
no Super Bowls for 3 years. What does that mean?
What is the
That means you better.
likelihood that
That
Seattle is
is
going to win another Super Bowl in the next 3 years? It's unlikely. Like statistically, it's probably, less than 20% chance that Seattle wins a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, even as dominant as they are. There's only been 2 repeat champions in the last 26 years in the NFL.
it's been more than that, hasn't there?
No,
It's 2 repeat champions in the last 36 years since 1990.
It's the Kansas City Chiefs and the New England Patriots have won
Okay.
back-to-back Super Bowls.
I didn't realize that. Okay. I was thinking we were going back to San Francisco and Dallas in order to get repeats. But yeah, it's been a long time. Repeat titles in the NFL are nearly impossible.
Yeah,
It is what it is.
that's why I'm thinking you keep Schneider for a decade rather than just get one. But
That's a
okay.
that
Next
is
question.
okay.
You're transported back to January 2024. You know everything that will happen to this date, but you can change exactly one move the Seahawks have made. Would you, or do you leave history exactly as it happened? Or do you make the change that comes to mind?
You transport me back as far as you want. The Seahawks won a title. There's nothing that happened before they won the title that I would change and give up them winning the title. Because that's what the league is. That's what the legacy is. That's what everything is.
So that leads me into my final question. If you were Mike McDonald, if Mike McDonald walks into your office today and he says, "Hey Keith, I can guarantee you exactly one thing over the next 5 years," which guarantee do you take? A, 2 more Super Bowl appearances. B, the NFL's best defense every season. D, or C, Seattle never wins fewer than 12 games. Or D, Sam Darnold becomes a Hall of Fame quarterback. Which guarantee do you take? 2 more Super Bowl appearances, not necessarily wins. The best defense every season. Seattle never wins fewer than 12 games. Or Sam Darnold becomes a Hall of Fame quarterback. Which one informs your decision the most?
Honestly, I don't give a flying F about Sam Darnold becoming a Hall of Fame quarterback. Well, that means typically that leads to wins. I care about wins. And the other things also lead to wins. 2 Super Bowl appearances in 5 years is pretty damn good, but what happens outside of them and what do they win? The number 1 defense for 5 straight years makes them the greatest defensive team of all time. Of all time.
Yes.
No team that finishes with the number 1 overall defense has missed the playoffs ever. No team with the number 1
12 wins, though. Like Mike McDonald in 2 years as head coach has won 24 games. That's averaging 12 wins a season and a Super Bowl.
True. Yeah. True. But they did that by winning 10 and by winning 14. I'll take the 10 if it gives me the 14. Right? I would rather be the team that wins 10 and then wins the Super Bowl than to be the Pittsburgh Steelers that finish above 500 barely. Or, you know what I mean? Finish consistently where they are, but never make a Super Bowl.
So here's
To
the deal
me,
with Seattle's defense. Seattle's defense was the backbone of the Super Bowl, right? The pass defense confused and pressured, the run defense smothered. Against opposing running backs, Seattle ranked number 1 in yards per carry, 3.5, number 1 in EPA per rush at negative 0.22, number 2 in success rate. Seattle's 0.22 EPA was the lowest for any defense over the last 5 years, with Seattle using as number 5 overall in those years at the highest rate of light boxes. They rank second in yards allowed per play, 6th in yards allowed per game, 1st in explosive play rate allowed. That's how you get to the Super Bowl. Yes. You literally dominate in EPA and DVOA, and you win Super Bowls. We talked about that at the beginning of last year when we talked about going into the season, how we thought about our roster and what Seattle could do as a number 1 DVOA, a top 5 defense. Average wins for those teams are 11.5 over the history of the last 25 years. And Seattle did that. Like we became a top 5 defense, and it really doesn't matter what your offense does. Now our offense was pretty decent. We finished top 10, but that just shows you how important defense is in securing a championship.
To me, I know the NFL is different in that the rules are all bent and the refereeing is a bent towards offense and all of that. But the offense wins games, defense wins championships. Mantra mentality is still really freaking true. And I would, the idea of having the number 1 defense 5 years in a row, I'll take that. because that means you have a chance to win a Super Bowl 5 years in a row.
And when your
You are
offensive line is improving, and offensive line last year was ranked 8th in run block win rate and 12th in pass block win rate. That's an improving offensive line. Anytime you're winning in the trenches on both sides of the ball, you're giving the team a chance to win.
But if you have the number one defense for 5 straight years in a row, you are going to be a Super Bowl contender for 5 straight years in a row.
You're in every
Guaranteed.
game.
You're in every single game. You are a title contender every single year. I will take that. Because 12 wins.
So with that said, does that make John Schneider the genius in counteracting the NFC West with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and the offensive juggernauts that we used to face every year? And all of a sudden now we're dominating those teams defensively. And kind of, that's crazy.
I think it's
now the pendulum has swung.
Because, well, it's similar to what Pete Carroll did, right? Offense has been king in the NFL for a long time. And Pete Carroll says, we can either try and outdo what they're doing and try and be better at what they're already doing, or we can be good in a different way. And for him, it was about finding market inefficiencies. And he saw that everyone was so hyper-focused on offense that he could build a defense for cheaper. And it worked. And now, okay, the league looked at what he was doing and was like, okay, that's freaking smart. And so it's kind of, but in the NFC West right now, you have 2 of the best offensive coaches of all time currently coaching in the NFC West. And John Schneider looks at it and says, we can either try and do what they're doing and do it better, even though they're 2 of the best of all times, or we can do something different. And rather than trying to mimic what they're doing and hope to be better, they became very good at something else. And it worked.
And therein lies the genius of John Schneider.
And therein
not only from a talent acquisition, not only the talent acquisition stuff that John Schneider is already epic at, but that executive decision to hire Mike Macdonald will go down as one of the best moves the Seahawks have ever made.
Yeah, because it has been the standard across the NFL for the last decade that you hire offensive coaching because you want to keep it's such an offensively driven league and it's a quarterback driven league, and you want the stability in there. So you go hire an offensive coach and you make sure that you create a situation where your quarterback is going to be the best he can possibly be, and you let the defense figure it out, because then you can get, since everyone's hiring offense, you can keep your defense's coaching staff together for long term, even if they're great. Whereas if you get a defensive coaching staff and a coach and it's great, you're going to have to cycle your offensive coaching, and you don't want to do that because that's contrary to what everyone wants and what's making your quarterback good, which makes your team good. And John Schneider goes, all that makes sense. But if we have to do this, if we're doing the same thing as everybody else, how do we become better than them? And he goes, the only way to be better is to do something different. And so he attacked the roster building, the team building, the philosophy building aspect in a way that was unique compared to the league, in a way to generate something which was genuinely great in a way that was different, rather than try. You are never going to have a better offensive coaching staff than Sean McVay. You're not. He is such a freaking amazingly good offensive coach, and his philosophies and his intelligence and everything. So if you're chasing him, you're always going to be second. If you're trying to,
so you better get the defensive Sean McVay.
So build something different. And he went defense, and he goes, yeah, let's find the defensive Sean McVay. And that's what Mike Macdonald is. He is an absolutely brilliant genius on the defensive side of the ball, and now he's building something which
And
is
it turns
unique.
out he's a pretty damn good head coach.
Yes, which we've yeah. Um, and so all of this, I I appreciate John Snyder looking at it and being like, why are we trying to do the same thing when they're better at it than we are? We're always going to be second. Let's do something different. And that's how you build a title. That's how um,
You
Pete
built a
Carroll built a
title with two
title.
different coaching regimes.
It's how Pete Carroll built a title, was to being different. He wanted a completely different kind of cornerback, a completely different style of defense. Okay, everyone adapted, and the league passed him by. But um, John
But
Snyder
during
was
those
like, okay,
formative years, yeah, he was on
yeah.
top of the
John
game for
Snyder
sure.
looked at this and goes, "We are never going to catch Sean McVay on offense in terms of coaching quality. We're
We can't
probably,
outscore him.
yeah, we're probably not going to catch Shanahan on offense in terms of coaching quality. So those guys are freaking awesome. They're really, really good coaches on offense. So why are we trying to be second or third best at offense? Let's go be first on defense." And he went after Mike McDonald, who he knew could give him that. And um, it got him a title. Hopefully it'll give him more. It's it it's it's a it's a brilliant move. And they say the NFL is a copycat league, but John Snyder won by not being the copycat. By, instead of trying to be like, ooh, let's do what they did because it worked, let's do something unique. Let's make
Yeah,
everyone else adapt to us.
it's a great pivot until it stops working. Like you're seeing today teams changing on defense to kind of be multiple and the big
Mhm.
nickel, the Nick and Kyle Hamilton prototypes. So it's already shifting.
Yeah,
On
but
offense, you're seeing two tight end sets, three tight end sets
mhm,
becoming a thing now because of Sean McVay and the way he attacked that
exactly.
position this last
And
couple
so,
of years.
but you look at what Sean McVay did, is everyone goes, "Oh, we want to do what Sean McVay did," and so they start adapting to that. And defenses are like, "Okay, we have to figure out how to stop what Sean McVay did." And Sean McVay goes, "Cool, I'm going to do something different. I'm not going to spread everyone out. I'm going to go with three tight ends, and you're going to be screwed." And he was. And everyone else is like, "Ooh, we need three tight ends. Let's do that. Let's do what they were doing." And Sean McVay is going to do something else because he's freaking Sean McVay and he's brilliant, right? Um, the teams that are always playing catch up aren't the teams that win it all. It's the teams that are out in front. Sean McVay on offense, Shanahan on offense, Mike McDonald on defense.
It
They're the
looks like the
teams that
Rams
win.
are trying to become Seattle on the defensive side of the ball.
They are.
Um, and with the beef up front, the the wins from the edges and on the back end, shutting people down.
Which
Plus the offense.
But so that's the thing, is they know they are the cutting edge. They are what everyone else is aspiring to be offensively, and it was got them really freaking close to a title last year. So if they can pick up little pieces, they're never going to match Seattle defensively because Mike McDonald's a better defensive coach. He's going to be the guy that innovates and changes and makes everyone adapt to him. But if they can be one step behind Seattle on defense, but still be the cutting edge on offense, that's enough to
Right.
get them titles.
And
That's
that's
enough
what
for them
makes
to
this
win.
division so fascinating. And the two matchups
Uh-huh.
are must see
Because
TV this year.
you have three teams in this division that are probably in the top 5 of the entire NFL. because all three of the teams, Seattle, the Rams, and the 49ers, are run extremely well everywhere from team president, GM, to head coach to on the field. They're really, really smart in the way that they do things, player acquisition, philosophy from the coaching staff, competitive philosophy overall. They're just really smart. And they do the things well that other teams wish that they do. And other teams that don't do those things well are constantly looking at what Seattle and the Rams and the 49ers are doing and saying, we want to do that. Let's try and mimic that. And they're always a step behind. That's why Denver is so good. Just to include teams that aren't in our division. Because Sean Payton is that guy, along with the coaches we've talked about, right? He's stayed relevant by evolving constantly and being on the cutting edge and having other teams look at him and be like, what is he doing? Let's mimic that. And he's always a step ahead of everybody. It's not just talent acquisition, it's also coaching. You have to have both.
That's what makes John Schneider invaluable. That last question
Yeah.
where I said, do we win one more Super Bowl and John Schneider leaves, or do you keep John Schneider for 10 years? It's like, he's the architect, man. Do
Yep.
you cut the architect out after another Super Bowl? Are you cutting him short? Could we have 3 more in there?
I don't know.
He's
To me, you
proven
look
that
at
he can do it with 2 different schemes, 2 different coaches, 2 different situations, a whole new roster. He's done it twice.
zero players or coaches that were the same on from one Super Bowl win to the next. There was not a single individual on the field or in the coaching staff that was the same between the 2 Super Bowl wins. That's crazy that he was
Yeah.
able to do that.
Yeah. I don't think people understand. I mean, people generally, I'm just talking broadly, don't understand how amazing John Schneider really is. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's and so unique and so talented, and surrounds himself with other talented people. This franchise is a well-run, well-oiled
Mm-hmm.
machine that we are like really great. I'm grateful to be living in this era of Seahawks
Mm-hmm.
football because it's truly like one off. Like
Which
if we wake
I
up
want
in
to take a
20
step
years
back.
and it's
Go ahead, finish.
if we wake up in 20 years and we are still winning, and I'm really close to just tapping out and heading out, I will be amazed because longevity in the NFL is rare, like really rare. And if this is one of those franchises, we're top 3 of all time. Like, if the next 20 years go at the winning rate that we've been going, like 10 plus games every year, like we'll have one of the largest winning percentages of all time. And it's
Mm-hmm.
just crazy.
So I look at it as um, Paul Allen set a foundation. He came in, and one of the first things he did was hire Mike Holmgren, which was, I'm going to swing for the fences. And that worked out for the most part, not a long term, but for a little bit. Um, and when it came time to make another change, he was like, I'm not playing it safe. I'm swinging for the fences and I'm going for Pete Carroll. And that worked out. Um, and when he unfortunately passed and the control of the team went to his sister, Jody Allen looked at this and was like, I'm going to trust in the smartest people that I know, and that is John Snyder, who is already in place because his brother had hired him. Well, really, his brother had Pete Carroll, and Pete Carroll had hired him. Um, but she wasn't afraid to move on from Pete Carroll. But she said, I'm going to trust John Snyder. And she let him do his thing. And we are very lucky as fans of the Seahawks that we have had ownership that have been willing to go big when they needed to and then get the fuck out of the way.
Well said. Well said. I think we can end the show on that.
Yeah.
That's essentially the yeah. And we've been lucky enough to go on this ride. I mean, we started in 2006 or 2016, 17, somewhere in there. And
Is that where we were? I don't even remember
yeah.
anymore.
And so it's just been a great ride, and we're very fortunate to have found each other and created this show. And our listenership isn't as huge as some others, but I think we provide some of the best quality content on the internet as far as the Seahawks coverage goes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fun show. 10th anniversary, 10th annual question and answer show. Some good beer sipping.
How numb is your
And
face?
I've gone beyond numb to now. It's been steady numb for a while, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
noticing less of the numbness, and I'm focusing on the words now that I'm speaking to make sure that I don't slur any. That's kind of where I'm at.
How
Thought I'd
slurry
throw the
am I?
graphic up on the. You're not bad. You're and cognizant. Like you are on top of your uh, methodically well thought out, reasoned um, statements on all things football. You are hitting on all cylinders, my friend.
I
Cheers.
I
Cheers.
appreciate you saying that. I don't believe it's true.
Willie, you'll have to listen back. It's pretty true. But
And I'll
I'd
be
throw
like,
the graphic
wow.
up here again just because I thought it was a fun graphic. Like I put this into Chat GPT. I give it some parameters, and it made this little graphic, and I thought it was kind of a fun little thing. So we'll use it for
So
this promotion.
Chat GPT, you look great. And I look something. I don't even know. Um,
Well, we need to update those pictures because speaking of you mentioned the first annual show, right?
mhm.
Your picture is from that first show.
Okay.
That
Well, I
first show,
actually
this picture is literally from that first question and answer session we had in my office in
nice.
Portland back when we started the show.
Nice.
So we need to update that. So if you so choose to accept the challenge of getting a new headshot for the
Okay.
show for promotional purposes, I think you could write that off on your taxes. I would be very happy if
Eh,
you submit
bef-
another
Before we
opportunity
completely
to have a new updated mug shot.
before we completely log off, you said that your current beer was going to be the death of you because it was thick and highly
Yeah,
alcoholic. How are you doing?
yeah. Does it say death on the can? I'm pretty sure it says a death somewhere. Evil
How,
Twin Brewing, barrel aged Imperial Biscotti break. It even says it, break, like it's going to break you. That's pretty much what it's done, Keith.
how
And
are
I'm
you doing
almost at
on
the
it?
end.
Yeah, that's good. It's good though, isn't
I
it?
did, and I've got one in the can on ice still.
Uh, these
At I've got this
yeah,
one still available to me, and I'm thinking about it. Super Fudge. It's calling my name.
I've got one more. It's out in the
I'm,
fridge.
I'm trying to make I'm trying to make good decisions, and it's really hard right now, especially if you're going to egg
Um,
me on. I may need to just crack it open and start swinging it.
no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to
Okay,
say that,
thank
yeah,
you.
this has been fun. The beers have been good. Um, Narwhal by Sierra Nevada has been um,
Gnarly.
special. It's been, I'm not sure I can stand. And if I can, walking will be a challenge.
I
But I
can't see your
feel
eyeballs anymore. I'm just seeing
that
eyelids.
that does
There,
not
there
surprise
you
me.
go, right there. Just
um, No, this has been fantastic, and the beers have been good.
I
Company's been
I got
better.
another question for you.
So,
Nobody's going to be watching at this point. Everyone's logging off. I don't care.
okay.
We're sitting here. We're having a conversation. Um, Early prediction based on everything we've talked about in the off season, based on this show, based on the future in the next couple months, what you're going to anticipate seeing in training camp, and what are you predicting this year, man? Like, where are you at as far as roster construction, roster strength compared to the rest of the NFC West? What the Rams have done? Like, have we done enough? What's our final
You're
record? Does their final record really matter? Are we in the playoffs? When we get there, are we going to be able to do some damage, or like what's going on?
There's nothing about this team that doesn't say playoff and doesn't say deep run once you're there. My prediction as of right now, I have not looked at the schedule. We have not done that. That's another show for a couple months from now. But my thought right now is 13 wins and an NFC title or NFC championship game, but maybe not an NFC title. Um, I think they are one of the
That's
top two teams,
that's not hard.
one of the top two teams in the NFC. I don't know if they are the top team in the NFC.
Can they beat the
And
top team? That's all that really matters.
can they beat the Rams? Yes,
That's
absolutely.
all that really
It's all,
matters at any
and it
given
comes
Sunday.
one any given Sunday and two any given injury. Because if Matt Stafford gets hurt, the Rams are crap. It doesn't matter what the rest of their team looks like. Then again,
Yeah.
on the same side, if you're Seattle and Sam Darnold gets hurt,
Can you see
Seattle,
Jimmy Garoppolo leading the Rams roster as currently constructed into the Super Bowl? He's made a Super
no,
Bowl before
I
with a
don't
good
care.
roster. He hasn't had a lot
He
of
has
playing time in the last 5 years, though.
he hasn't had any playing time in the last 5 years. I don't consider him a start. He's a backup quarterback. Is Jimmy
How about
Garoppolo
Simpson?
better? Is Jimmy Garoppolo better than Drew Lock? I think I think that
That's a great question, actually. Like,
I think
would
that
Drew Lock get into a game and try to do too much? Jimmy knows what he is and what his capabilities are, and an offensive coordinator as good as Sean McVay would know how to put parameters around Jimmy Garoppolo's game to give him the best chance to succeed. Can Brian Fleury do the same thing with Drew Lock to keep Drew Lock in check enough
I don't know.
to march down the field consistently over an entire game? That's really the question. Can Drew Lock hit an occasional big time throw? Yeah. Can he
Yeah,
march the
he's got the
field?
arm.
Can he be a commander and a game manager to march the team down the field consistently over um
I don't
40
know.
minutes of 45 minutes of football? I don't know.
I don't know. But what I
He
we know
never
Jimmy
has been.
Garoppolo can. Jimmy Garoppolo can do that, but can he hit the big throw down the field? No, because he's never done that.
No,
That's
but
not who he
is the
is.
construction of the roster on the Rams sufficient enough to bypass that need? Same question for
Is
Seattle.
and that's what this is what I'm saying is, I think that uh, those two teams and maybe Green Bay with everyone healthy again and Micah Parsons back.
Philadelphia might have something to say
Philadelphia's gonna have to. There's like and San Francisco if Bosa and
if
everyone's
healthy,
healthy, has something to say about it. There's 5 teams in the NFC that are legit.
and two
And
really. Like there's two really good teams and five and three contenders.
yeah, and 3 that are behind them, but there's 2 great teams. And
Five
3
that can
real
contend for a Super Bowl win against the AFC.
absolutely. To me and that's what it comes down to is there are those 5 teams. And it more than anything, it's going to be of those 5 teams, how do injuries hurt them? Because if the same thing that happens last year to the 49ers happens again, they aren't a contender. They might win 12 games, but they aren't a contender for a Super Bowl.
Is there anybody that
Uh,
gets injured other than Matt Stafford on the Rams that could hurt their chances?
Myles Garrett. They bet a
Puka
lot.
Nakua?
Puka Nacua. They bet a lot
They have They
Jared.
have 3 players. Any one of them
Mhm.
gets hurt, their season is over.
They bet a lot on Myles Garrett when they got rid of Jared Verse to get him.
What 3
If
players
they
on the
were
Seahawks would get hurt that could jeopardize our entire season?
what 3 players? Um, JSN,
Sam Darnold,
Sam Darnold,
JSN,
and
probably
Nick
Leonard
Inamori.
Williams, maybe.
See, the thing is
Yeah,
that
somebody on the back end, maybe.
Leonard Williams is fantastic, but he also plays next to Byron Murphy.
I would
And
say maybe
there's
Charles
there's
Cross
Riley.
or maybe one of the offensive linemen.
Yeah, the offensive line. But then again, the same is true um on the Rams. It's not like they had a
Yeah,
deep offensive line.
that's how fragile this league is.
Uh-huh. And the same is true with the 49ers. Like they're one offensive line injury away from Brock
Trent
Purdy just
Williams,
getting
it's over.
pummeled. Yeah. Trent
Trent Williams,
Williams,
37 years old or whatever he is, 38.
um Trent Williams, and then Bosa on the defensive end, like
Kittle,
all right, Kittle. The all 3 teams are fantastic and vulnerable.
McCaffrey.
Oh God, McCaffrey.
McCaffrey goes
Yeah,
out, he's gone. I mean, he produces 2,000 total yards of offense every year
he's
when
like
he's healthy.
he's 50% of their offense between throwing and running. You lose him, it doesn't matter who you put in. You're losing a huge chunk of your offense.
And there's nobody on the roster that can duplicate what he does, especially receiving
There's
out of the backfield.
there's nobody in the NFL that can duplicate what McCaffrey does.
Yeah. So are Seahawks winning the NFC West this year, given all we've
I don't
just
know.
said? It's a
Um,
toss up. It's a toss up. And we're the
today,
Super Bowl champions.
mhm.
And I will say
Today,
this. I think that the Rams did a lot in the offseason to counter
mhm.
what Seattle wants to do offensively. But I don't think that they have an answer for what we can do defensively. Now, I say that knowing that they put up like 800 total yards on us last year. But Mike McDonald's going to come up with something. I just
Mhm.
feel like he is. I'm not saying for a fact. I'm just saying he's got to throw a wrench in there and figure that out.
Here we are on July 11th, 3 Imperial beers in. I would pick the Rams right now to win the
Oh,
NFC and go to the Super Bowl.
that hurts, man.
I It does. It hurts me greatly. But
What
that is
logo do you have on your chest?
it's a Seahawk logo. I'm not, and that's the thing is this
What
is
stadium is behind you?
that
What
it's
weird like bopple toy do you have behind your left shoulder?
look, I know
What
that's
sort
the
of weird
dark side
hat thing do you
defense.
have going on?
No, I say all of that,
Dude,
like, and all that's
dude,
true. The
what?
But I'm trying to be um as
I don't think that
unbiased
you
and
understand
unhomer
the
as I
will. So here's
can.
the deal with that answer. I get that answer. I understand that answer. I understand how that could come to the top. But I don't know that you understand the full Mike McDonald year 3 situation that we're going to see
Oh,
this year.
yeah, and I know that I'm underestimating that, and I know that, like, there's a character to this team which is just incredible. I also know what a Super Bowl hangover does, and it's
Well, and
probably
Mike Sean McVay can't call a 2-minute game to save his life, and he's just
yeah,
not that great in
there's
game adjustments.
there's so many different things, and I'm just saying, it's July 11th. We aren't even at a training camp. We aren't even close to a training camp,
Are we
and I
splitting the
am
games with the Rams? Do you see that?
yes, yes,
Okay. At least we got that.
and I am we are almost 4 hours, just barely under 4 hours to a show in, and I am 3 very high alcohol content beers into the show. And I know that it is really, really close between Seattle and the Rams. But if you made me guess today, I would say that I think that Seattle is depending on some rookies to replace, and the Rams have,
And Dante Fowler.
eh, yes, who I think is less of a player than the guy he's replacing.
No,
Um,
not true. Not true. No, 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 no. I'm not going to let you have that one. Dante Fowler is a better player and more accomplished in every aspect than Boye Mafe was.
he is a better pass rusher, but he is not as good in coverage, and he is not as good against the run.
And the coaching staff is so smart that they're
I
going to
know they are.
keep him
I know
from
they
being
are.
exposed. So here's the
I
deal. Here's what I just found out. I just found out that Keith's truth serum is 3 Imperial Stouts. And I'm gonna keep that note on record.
okay.
And I'm gonna be able to ask any question in the future as long as I get you loaded up.
You can ask me any
No,
question right
I'm
now, and I'll answer it.
I know you've
I will
always
say
been
that
very truthful.
I think the difference between one team and the other right now, between the Seattle and the Rams, is really close. And as a guy that loves the
You know
Seahawks,
where we're going to be different on offense that I don't know that the Rams are going to be able to handle because they had a hard time handling the 49ers. If you really look at the 49ers Rams contest, the Rams had a hard
mm-hmm,
time with 49ers offense. And one of the
mm-hmm,
things that the 49ers do really well is pre-snap movement.
mm-hmm,
Last year we had 28% of play action. We had 24% of two back sets. We had, sorry, I lost it. Somewhere in the middle of that, we had pre-snap motion. I think we were ranked 22nd in the NFL on pre-snap motion, and the 49ers were ranked third overall in the NFL in pre-snap motion. Brian Fleury is going to bring that to this offense. I think that's going to be the wrinkle that nobody really sees
mm-hmm.
coming. At least Seahawks fans don't know really like what that's going to look like. That's going to be something to watch. Is that pre-snap motion confusing the defenses, giving Sam Darnold an opportunity to kind of see the sets that the defenses are in, give our offensive line an opportunity to. So, you know, while we're running it back, I think there's going to be some wrinkles there that are going to help us. I think the defense can take another step. You look at the defense, you know, guys like Riley Mills coming in. We already said Byron Murphy could end up being defensive player of the year and taking another leap.
I think
And
people are
then
underestimating his talent.
Nick
Byron Murphy.
Manwari, I think Bud Clark could end up being like seriously good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that alone for me gives the defense a little nudge leap. And then Mike McDonald year 3, we haven't seen Mike McDonald year 3 as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
This is going to be like all of his installs are now in place. He's got the same starting 10 back plus 1.
Well, and they were able to bring back Durday, which I think is an underrated
Yeah.
aspect to this
Yeah.
offseason because
And
he,
Carl Scott
yeah, actually,
and
but
Leslie
especially,
Frazier, which is
honestly,
totally underrated.
Carl Scott, especially given the fact that Bud Clark and Julian Neal are so key to having a secondary coach who is known throughout the league as being one of the best teachers of the position. And
And
just
we hired
guys,
Zach Orr as linebackers coach from the
mhm,
Ravens.
which is crazy.
We stole him. We literally stole him away from Harbaugh with the Giants.
Well, yeah,
He
because
was
I
the
mean,
defensive coordinator there
yep. Which
since
honestly,
since McDonald left.
he wasn't he wasn't a very good defensive coordinator.
Yeah, but a
Like,
position coach, dude.
But as a linebacker
I
coach,
just
he was
would you.
great. You know who I saw a thing, I read a thing, KJ Wright. Remember him? Seattle. Everyone, that was a joke. Everyone remembers KJ Wright. He's freaking awesome. Um, who's currently the linebacker coach with the 49ers, has his sights set on becoming a defensive coordinator soon.
Yeah,
He's
I
like,
read that too.
he's been working his ass off since becoming a coach, not just in teaching, but in learning and learning all aspects of the front four, the back four, more than just his position group. He has just been absorbing, and honestly, he's one of the smartest linebackers we've ever seen play.
I would think
Not
a duo of like him and Dirty and Carl Scott joining forces on a new defense somewhere in the NFL would
Oh god,
be amazing. Amazing.
yeah, that would be crazy. But I would not put it past KJ Wright to be the next Mike McDonald. He is really smart. He is really knowledgeable. His experience
What's
is
his current
incredibly
position? Is
valid.
he linebackers coach?
He is linebackers coach for the San Francisco 49ers.
He's going to need to get promoted. So Sela is going to have to, and you know, KJ Wright's going to have to
He,
get installed somewhere.
Sela won't go anywhere. I don't think. Sela coached his way out
He had
of.
his chance.
He,
He had his
I
chance.
think it's going to be a bit before he gets another chance. But I think someone's going to look at KJ Wright and be like, let's bring him in as our defensive coordinator because we just lost one, or a new coach is forming a coaching staff, and he's going to have his opportunity. And I expect him to be great because he is one of the smarter linebackers that you'll ever see in terms of his knowledge of um, like his position, his coverages, his scheme, um,
Under Pete
you know,
Carroll, under
knowledge.
Sela, under a number of other coaches at this
Yeah,
point.
he knows his Chris Richard um, was his guy. And then before that, Ken Norton Jr. was this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, Ken Norton was kind of a failure as a coordinator, but he was such a good linebacker
But
coach.
that's still a
Like,
learning experience for KJ.
yeah. And I think that watching a guy that he respected so much in Ken Norton Jr. go out and fail as a defensive coordinator is great for him because he'll be able
Mm-hmm.
to, okay, what did this guy who was awesome do wrong? And how do I not do that? I think KJ Wright, if he has his sights set on a defensive coordinator job, he'll be great at it. He'll be outstanding at it. Um, and I think that it's going to be one of those things where we're going to view him 5 years from now. We're going to view him as the next big head coach. He's going to be like, what's the guy that's New England's head coach right now?
Vrabel.
Vrabel. He's going to be viewed at the way Vrabel was. And um, give him 5 years, give him 6 years, somewhere in that range, a chance to become a defensive coordinator, to learn as a defensive coordinator and show that he's got the moxie because players are going to respect the hell out of him. They're going to listen to anything he has to say. He's going to have their ear and nobody's going to tune him out. He's too damn smart and he's too damn knowledgeable and he's too damn experienced as a guy that's been in the league and been there, done that, and done that at the highest level.
Are there any final thoughts, Keith? Because we have to get out of here because it's going to take
We
me
needed
2 to 3 hours to upload this video to YouTube.
we needed to get out of here 2 hours ago. Final thoughts. Imperial Stouts are amazing. They're
Yeah.
great beers. Not enough people drink them. They're too busy drinking the glorified water that is light beers, and
You got to have time to drink them.
embrace the flavor.
Embrace the content, the alcohol content.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this was a good show. I knew it was going to be great. I really enjoyed the ebb and flow and the non-football related content that we did in the middle of the show. Came back, rounded it out with some more Seahawks stuff at the end. Don't know if anyone was hanging around, and maybe you are if you kind of divided the show into like 4 or 5 segments. Good on you. Thank you. And this show in the end, Keith, really is for us.
It's for us.
This particular show.
Yep.
And hopefully, some people just kind of hung around, and that would be great. I don't know exactly what's coming up, but we're really close to training camp, right?
I
We're
know.
like,
July
what is
11th.
it?
We've
The
got
10th or 11th of, yeah, 11th
we're
of July. We've got another
yep,
2 weeks and we're going to be in camp.
Yep. We got 2 weeks until 2.5 weeks until players start reporting, 3 weeks until practices are on the field. Isn't that
So we're going
crazy?
to have some content around getting ready for training camp and just kind of getting back into football mode after a little bit of time off. And so that'll be amazing. The 2026 season is 2 months away,
Mm-hmm.
and we are going to have a great season. I think it's just going to be a fabulous 2026. I'm not putting it past the Seattle to even win more games than the 14 they did in 2025. I know it's unprecedented. It's hard.
It
Something about
is.
Mike McDonald, something about Sam Darnold and this offense and the, I'm not going to say disrespect, but as a Super Bowl champion, they've kind of been dismissed a little bit as far as getting past the Rams, and understandably
Buck,
there's a little
Bucky
bit there,
Brooks.
but
Bucky Brooks, who works, I believe, for ESPN currently,
that's
Fantasy
a
Football
crazy
Network.
prediction. 7 wins.
Um,
What?
yeah, I respect the hell out of him because he does draft profiles and stuff really well.
Yeah.
He's very knowledgeable. He knows the stuff when it comes to individual player evaluations. But his idea that Seattle is going to win 7 games
There's
is
got to be something behind that,
insane.
right? There's got to be some sort of,
No.
okay, regression, obvious regression, this, that, the other, something's going to happen. You can't get to 7
Uh,
wins. 7 wins was the prediction of Las Vegas for last year's roster, pre
yeah.
Super Bowl. It was so ludicrous at 7 wins. I bet against Vegas and on the Seahawks and won $185 on a $100 bet. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, if Vegas
it's
wants to give us 7 wins again, I'd be happy to make that bet again for sure.
yeah. No, see, Vegas won't do that. Vegas is going to give them 11 and a half. And that's
At
where
least
they
10
should
and
have
a half.
been last. You think 10 and a half? I think they could give them
I
11 and
don't
a
know
half.
where they're at exactly. I would think that they would be up closer to 11 for sure. But,
Yeah.
in this division, I get it. People discount, teams a lot, and they look at Sam Darnold, and you said earlier about falling back on that New York Jets draft pick and that quarterback at that moment in that time and questioning where he's at currently. And he's not the same player. He just isn't. And we've got a better roster by
Mhm.
far than the
You know
Jets
what?
had at that point. And
You have a better instinct on this. I just looked it up. 10 and a half wins is where Seattle's current betting line is. I'd take the over. If you're
which
one of those,
again, I think I would bet on that. I think I would put $100 down on that bet because I
I'm not
don't
a
believe that the floor is
I
that
am
low.
not
I
someone who
believe that the floor is like 11 wins.
I am not someone who ever puts money down on sports. To me, that's not where the fun is in sports.
I'm the same.
And
I'm the same.
and so I don't. But if I were, I would bet the over on the 10 and a half wins. This is a very good football team with a very good defense. Bet the over.
Like I said last year, Keith, before the season, teams that finish in the top 5 on defense average 11 and a half wins. Teams that
Mm-hmm.
finish number 1 average 12 wins. 12 wins as a number 1 defense is the average in the last 25 years, regardless of what the offense does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a pretty safe bet that Seattle's going to finish in the top 5, and Seattle's probably going to finish close to number 1 on defense.
Mm-hmm. That they will.
All right. let's say goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for turning out. It was good on the beer tasting front. As always, it's fun to talk to Keith. My goodness, 4 hours and 14 minutes and counting on this show. That's crazy. I think that set the record for the longest show that we've ever done.
Yep.
A man of many words, as you can see.
Easily the long, because I think the last time we did this, we were at a little over 3 hours. We're like, wow, this was forever. And then this year we hit 4.
And 1 bathroom break. Yeah, it's crazy.
Which is crazy.
All right, let's get out of here. Oh, you just hit the mute button. That's okay. That's probably for the best. So let's get out of here. Find Keith on Blue Sky and X at Myers NFL. Yep. You can find me at NWC Hockey. You know where the show's at. Obviously, if you've been here this long, you're a diehard Seahawks Playbook podcast fan, and we appreciate you. And next time we'll have some leading up to the training camp episodes for you and some content. And we'll get back into the 2 times a week that we have been prior to the draft. We've taken a little bit of time off this off season, but we'll get back into it. And we appreciate all of you for sure. So until next time, go Hawks.
Seahawks Playbook podcast listeners, thanks for joining us for another edition of the show. You can find us on Twitter. Bill is at NWCHawk, Keith is at Myers NFL, and the show is at Hawks Playbook. You can listen and subscribe to the show at SeahawksPlaybook.com.